Alright, good morning everyone. Hope you're ready for another sudden disaster show match. We're gonna have Viper and ACCM. Early morning today. Hello, Prestigo. How you doing? Early morning stream. I'll see how I'm feeling afterwards. Let's see if I cast some of the LingYuan too. But hype for this, we will have Viper and ACCM playing today. I see Viper's just going live, so we should get the draft started in a moment. And hello LL on YouTube. Reminder also, I am streaming on YouTube, so if you're on Twitch and you don't want to see the ads that I have running for 3 minutes at the start of the stream to disable the pre-rolls, you can go watch on YouTube. 5 seconds in and you got ads. Oh, I'll have to say hello to you when the ad ends then. I have another minute of it. Alright, so, hello Prestigo, hopefully your Twitch ads are done now. These things are so annoying, but gotta get them out of the way. So we're gonna have, again, Viper versus ACCM today, hosted by John Slow and myself. Good morning, Drex. Good morning, Prestigo. Good morning, LL. Hello everyone, welcome to our third and final Sudden Disaster Show match. Signups end today. So if you want to sign up, the signups are still open. I think we have just about 128 signups, so we should have a full bracket. And then the tournament will start on Monday. Just keep an eye for when we have a draft getting started. Watched yesterday's show match. The map pool looks great. I hope so. Hello, pokering again. Hello, hello. And Arbase, good morning. Oh, Arbase, did you look at the Cartographer's 3 thing I sent you yet? Those were my wild early morning ideas the other day. You've done all achievements in AoE2 DE. Nice. I had done that years ago before they added more achievements. Got an interesting message this morning. And your opponent didn't show up, oh no. I get many interesting messages from being a streamer. I have a very interesting inbox sometimes. Playing all civil. Civil can still be interesting. How many offer me sponsorships to promote their game? I'll get lots of those. Sometimes it's managers asking me to promote their e-girl. Those emails are always interesting. That question mark is the only reasonable response to that, Drex. It's the only reasonable response. You get weird emails when you're a content creator. You get those. You gotta stream more R-base. Oh, no, what? No, hello, why don't you say hi? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. How an AoE themed VTuber skin? I have seen. I keep the AoE 2 category open on Twitch sometimes just to see who else is streaming. I do see some VTubers getting like 1K plus viewers every so often. They'll go play a campaign. What is an ODT file? Oh, it's like a Word document. Microsoft Word should make that. I made it from LibreOffice. It's from the free version of Microsoft Word. I probably should have just saved it as a Word file. I think they're all but just basically like XML. Yeah, open document. That sounds right. Our race needs to be all hip and young with the free and open source software. So I think the great thing about sudden death is that once your TC is destroyed, you're defeated. So we're not going to be waiting for 5k score for ACCM to resign. As soon as it's over, it's over. You leech all the expensive software from somewhere. You gotta stay a student as long as possible just to get your student licenses. That's what I had learned. That's why you have friends who are grad students still, or professors or somewhere who work in academia. Then they can use their university logins to get you free books if you can't find the books yourself online. They kick you off after 6 months, oh no. Yeah, I know that feeling too. Windows Education. I have no idea what Windows Education is, but that sounds That sounds like Clippy telling you how to use Windows for like people in the 90s who hadn't used a computer before and needed to learn how to use Windows. It's got enterprise features built in. Also, Google's free. I mean, I guess Google Docs are free too. You have limited storage space on their cloud, though. This is a document I have directly on my hard drive. Shut off updates permanently. Yes. No, Simo, you see, we're writing a letter. Need some help writing a letter. Clippy will help. Am I writing a lot of documents? Actually, whenever I use documents, usually I just use LaTeX. I actually don't know why I made this an ODT instead of a PDF. It was because I was making a spreadsheet, and then I just was like, instead of a spreadsheet, I should make a document. And then I made a document. I probably should have just made a tech file. In hindsight. That's what Clippy used to say whenever you did anything in MS Word. I mean, if by writing a letter it means typing on the keyboard, you are typing letters. As long as you're not typing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and it says you're writing a letter, you're good. Hello, Dadgum. Yes, already live, already live. You're waiting for Viper and ACCM to get going. Yeah, I don't even own Microsoft Office. If I ever need it, I use the free version. And if I ever actually need to write something, I will just use LaTeX and write a PDF. That's the experience you get as being a math major in college. You live in MS Word. I know some people definitely do. Like my aunt's an accountant. I'm sure that she lives in Excel. Compared to data harvesting subscription models and end of service. Yep. And while MS Office owns you, oh no. Hello, ADTM. How you doing today? I'm still waiting to see this draft get started. Hopefully ACCM is around soon. Should be a good time for him to play. Nice and early in the day for him. Software did a lot less back then. Microsoft Office is kind of an interesting thing, because if you think about it, I'm sure there's lots of like cloud features or collaboration features nowadays, but for the most part, Microsoft Office has been feature complete since the 90s. Type your documents, save, load, and print your documents, and you're good. A lot of QOL has been added. I mean, there are definitely features that have been added, right? It's not the same thing. I think for a lot of people, the main use case is probably almost exactly the same as it was back on Word, whatever version you had for your Windows 98 PC. Alright, swap my scoreboard around. Okay. Finish chewing on my breakfast bar. I did the Civ draft first before the maps, of course. Map draft. Alright, are you ready for an epic transition? Whoosh. I didn't debug the snipe thing, removing the drop shadow. I'll need to debug that later. Very clean. I need to like take the logo and get only the skull part from it. I had asked Terror about that in DM somewhere. Oh, Canberra was banned. Viper, why you banned Canberra? Canberra's a great map. They picked into the newer maps, I think. Wellsprings. That's always a fun one. You need to prep arts. Our base could make it in. We have Koala here again. Koala is game number 1. All right. And hello, Hickladen. How you doing? On Twitch today. I know the Wellsprings and Koala backgrounds being white. What have they done? And it's like that time our base had to deal with squished stranded. Been awake for 24 hours straight, playing League of Legends and Project Zomboid. I've not done 24 hours of being awake straight in a row for a long time. I don't think I can do that in my advanced stage at this point. That was my life in college days. I think my record was about 72 hours of being awake. And Little Mech, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Why? Had a lot of work to do. Thank you very much for the sub. It's a lot harder. Yep, just turned 30. Soon you'll be 32 like I am. And then it gets even harder. So Malay the first pick for ACCM, Georgians the first pick for Viper. Now remember, they do have a snipe at the end of the draft, so in all likelihood those two civs get sniped off. Though Janchess? And we'll have Mongols. So I think starting on Monday, I need to come up with some ideas. That is very, very unhealthy. Please don't do that to yourself. I haven't done that to myself in a good more than 10 years. Oh, that was the life back then. Sleep is for the weak. No, sleep is for the strong, Jan Chess. Sleep is for the people who properly manage their schedule and don't overload themselves. Alright, I was gonna say, I think starting next week, I'm gonna do a subscriber goal for a sudden disaster. And the top goal is gonna be cast the finals in a chicken costume. I haven't figured out the rest of the goals, but chicken costume is gonna be there. I've been looking online for chicken costumes to order. Just full costume goals. There's a farm near me. I want to go run along the fence and take some photos. Still, no, we'll definitely have a webcam for the chicken costume if that's what happens. Just want an excuse to buy the chicken costume. I mean, I'm gonna buy it and do a cosplay anyway. But this will be for casting live with the finals. How's the villager calendar? I haven't had time to work on that at all. I had too much tournament stuff. I really need to go see a doctor about my shoulder so I can actually go to the gym properly again. Everyone needs a good excuse to walk around in a costume, especially a chicken costume. As a kid, you used to play NFS, Carbon, etc. for days without sleep, but now you can't even stay awake for a day even if I have to. Yeah, nowadays I need my sleep. I definitely need my sleep. If you put on the chicken costume, can we funnel you in? All I need is a guarantee that Celts will not be admin banned. I have no control over that. I'm not an admin, I'm just a host. You'll have to bribe Welcome to Rapture for that. Nap time in your 20s and beyond is an amazing thing. Yes, absolutely. And nap time is something, all the children have nap time. They don't need naps. It's the adults who need the naps. The elderly adults. And what is that? So Viper bans Malay, ACCM bans Japanese. What? There's not even a water map here. Why are Japanese the ban? For Acaray? What? Okay. That's interesting. I'd make a sub-funnel for the chicken costume, yes. Make a sub-funnel. Well, like I've been saying, if you want chicken funneled to your front door, you can check out the link beneath the stream to get 50% off the meal delivery service factor 75 for your first order. They're our sponsor for the past month or so. Japanese on Ring. Oh, that's right. Ring of Reeds has fish now. Like dockable fish. That might be it. Oh no, Capturage is updating. Let's hope it still works after it updates. I don't see a patch note anywhere. Update. They don't have their patch notes. They just updated to version 1.20, and their most recent patch notes is 1.19. Alright, well, let's hope my VRAM issues don't come back. It's been getting fishy over time. Yes, it has been. Alright, since they're done with the draft and they're setting up the lobby, I'm just going to get another ad out of the way on Twitch, so apologies for a minute of ads. And then we'll get right into it. Hopefully they get this set up quickly. I trust these players, they're experienced hosts. Yeah, also John Slow is streaming on YouTube too, so check him out on YouTube. Red Crosshair is Civ ban after selection. Yes, indeed, Anthony. Yes, indeed. Trust these players. I trust Viper and ACCM. Haven't seen Viper play under a tournament in what seems like years. Have you only been watching the finals? He was used in the finals recently in Red Bull last year. Alright, and here we go. So look at the colorful colors that these players select. ACCM, Wonders ACCM, AoEbuilds.com. He will be playing as the Cyan Aztecs to the west. And Viper will be playing as the Yellow Mongols to the east. The map is Koala. You get 3 relics gifted to you, but they're kind of far forward and very harassable. And we might see some deer pushing, some deer laming. It'll be Mongols taking their boar right away will be the Viper. And we do have a proper koala. Look how cute the koala is. Aww. Cute koala. And Viper grabs his boar right to his TC as he pushes in his deer. He'll want all that hunt right away as the Mongols. ACCM's gonna come forward. Ooh, go for the lame, go for the lame. Do it, ACCM. Yes, yes, the eagle. Oh, Aztecs being Aztecs, let's go. The boar lame, stopping the Mongols from taking their boar. This is the AoE2 I know. Aztecs laming. He's even gonna grab his turkeys on the way back. Easily get trapped by your own wood line. Yes, you can. You can easily get tower rushed outside your wood line, too. It's a tricky map. You can wall yourself in, but then get trapped into a corner. And you can also kind of wall yourself in and lose control of your relics. So ACCM's going to bring that board back, get it successfully to his TC. And now he needs to go make sure he doesn't lose the second board. Don't let Viper counter lane. He might have seen the deer running, so he has an idea of Viper's scouts over in this area of the map. Tato showed us the way Aztecs die to steppies. That's what I'm thinking. Aztecs do die to steppies. And Viper sending a Vil forward, sending 2 Vils forward. He wants to counter lane. And ACCM not having taken that boar right away, Viper's going to grab 2 of the turkeys as well. And then with that scout there, ACCM can't come back with the eagle to stop the lane. Viper's just going to use some wall tricks. And does he need loom? He doesn't have loom. The boar gets a hit, but he'll be fine now. He can block with the scout soon if he needs to. Doing 2 palisades. A lot of players use gates these days for this. I guess maybe he doesn't have the wood for that with only 2 on wood. We'll just be doing some dance moves with palisades. Blocking the boar. Making sure he doesn't accidentally delete the Vil. You don't think this is a steppies map, really? This feels like this against Aztecs. This feels like a definite steppies map to me. Maybe that's just more based on the Civ matchup, though. If you'll bring the Vil back, use another Vil to hunt, and look at that, shooting with the villagers. What year is this? Doesn't accidentally kill a turkey, so he's good. So Viper gets the counter lane, gets a couple of turkeys too, and even lames the deer out here. One of them got to the mill for ACCM at least. But overall, ACCM lost a lot of HP on the eagle, so laming benefit probably to Viper, all things considered. Unless ACCM maybe finds those turkeys again. Look at that jaguar, that mighty jaguar. Listen to his growl. Every map is a Steppies or CA map, or a skirmisher map. In the team game map pool, there is enclosed now. I've been playing games going double range skirmishers on the flank. It's a situation you don't actually need to leave your enclosure. Just go double range skirms. You can even get away without fletching for a while. You don't need fletching to fight the archers. And then you don't even need it for the scouts, because that just depends on numbers. You just farm in your enclosure. Taking the berries is probably good, but that's also a risk. To attend the school of MBL? I don't think you need an MBL school to know skirmishers are good. I saw the French team on the ladder doing that. The Sato team a while ago. I think I have a video on my YouTube channel where they had double skirms as flank and double pikemen as pocket. It's something like Lithuanians, Byzantines, Goths, Inca. Back when the Inca had the extra line of sight on the pikeman team bonus. Remember when they had that bonus for a while? That was a cute bonus. So barracks there for Viper, both players going up. We'll have 19 pops, 19 pop and loom for Viper, 20 pop and loom for ACCM. Look at the minimap. Yes, it's a koala. There's a reason it's called koala. This was in RMS Cup winner a few years ago. So you have a proper koala shape this time. It can rotate around, so it doesn't always look like the koala, but this time it does. Yes, it is a koala. It's in TCC too. Our base is using it. So we'll have an archery range going up for Viper. Immediately does the wood upgrade, as that eagle will just be scouting around. So cute. It is really cute. And ooh, what is this? 4 Vils walking forward for Viper. They'll have some archer support. Oh, it's eagle getting under the TC, laming 1, 2, 3 turkeys. All right. There we go, ACCM. Eagle gets shot down, but he can train more. He's in the feudal age. Oh, look at that. It's skirmisher time. ACCM's coming forward, too. We're going to have a big Vil fight. Eagle coming out. All right, that scout's lost some HP. archer forward, but it's gonna run into some skirmishers. Alright, Skirm focusing on the spear. It's a lot of skirms for ACCM. Skirms do train faster than archers, so we're getting quite a few of them out. Oh, those spears wrecking the eagle. Absolutely wrecking him. I feel like this fight not going as well for ACCM as it should have. Skirm's just not quite hitting their targets that well. And now Viper's going skirms too, so it's a skirmisher war. Let's go. The real meta unit is villagers. That was back during the Inca Vill rushes. Yes, the spear does have a bonus versus eagles. It is plus, what is it? +1 against eagles. And that actually does matter in these feudal age fights quite a bit. So Viper's forward berries, they will be disrupted, but he will have more Vills nearby to engage in the Vill fight. And I think ACCM is going to be losing some Vills here. Viper doing a better job of pulling the low HP villagers back. That's one dead for ACCM, and Viper's going to escape with 2 very low HP Vills. Send a low HP Vill forward. He wanted some full HP Vills, but he's running out of them. Viper up by a Vill due to that early kill. And that scout's still alive. The skirms can't just get the distance they need to shoot it down. And hello, Erhan Tekin on YouTube. Hello, hello. A bad koala? Is this a bad koala or a good koala? You never see skirm wars. This is new, completely new, never done before in Age of Empires. 1999 to 2025. Finally, someone clicked that skirmisher button. And it feels like ACCM getting an advantage here. Having some good numbers. Wait, all the civs are getting Genitors? If only. Yeah, Viper's idle TC time now is pretty darn big. He's fighting by his forward berries. ACCM's been able to take his berries peacefully this entire time, has not been disrupted. Yeah, and losing 3 turkeys, right? Losing 3 turkeys. So no berries and losing 3 turkeys. That eagle died for the cause, blaming those turkeys. Ooh, another Vill. Ooh, 1 HP. That's all you need. So fletching on the way for ACCM. Didn't rush fletching. Left Town Watch on the way for Viper. Aztec's Eagle. Definitely better than Mongols and Feudal. And it's just about the hunt bonus early on. And also the faster production on their ranges helps them pump out the skirms. A Step Lancer would go hard. Probably would. Problem is, can't make him in Feudal. They are a Castle Age unit. And to be fair, any Castle Age unit would go hard right about now. So, skirms can't kill Vills, so you're not going to dive the TC with them, then you just get trapped. But 11 to 11 right here. Some eagles coming around the back. Viper could be maybe tempted to take a fight, but has to be very careful with his positioning. But does he have 3 minutes of idle time? He was not able to collect his berries, and 3 of his turkeys got killed. So he did not have food for a while. And when you're pumping skirms, that's competing with your villager time. You only just arrived in time to see Viper struggling, as ACCM clicks up to the Castle Age. And hello HQ. A very, very early morning show match, again to help promote sudden disaster. I've been thinking I should probably make a couple of YouTube videos about like sudden death topics. Was thinking something like, how many petards does it take to destroy a TC? And go through different situations of like TCs shooting down petards with different Vil garrison numbers or like fletching upgrades. It's 6, right? Ooh, it's 5. But that depends, because there are also Persian TCs and Byzantine TCs with different numbers and stuff. I see T90's video on Treb Wars? Yes, T90 and I are going to do some more experiments at some point. We're going to go back to Voobly. He messaged me and was like, I need people who still have Voobly set up in 2025. I haven't launched it in a while, that's going to be refreshing. Adam, we need a Treb song. Go back to Voobly sounds like an insult. Go back to Voobly sounds like what we get for a proper lobby system in pathfinding. So Viper clicks up, but just as ACCM reaches Castle, now it's going to be triple Barracks Eagles. And there's a GG from Viper, as that was a complete disaster for him. ACCM takes it 1-0. Viper does not get to the Step Lancer play he probably wanted against the Aztecs. And in the Skirmisher War, ACCM wins. After you get past that initial hunt stage, the ACCMs, the Aztecs definitely have the better eco. And that's showed off there, especially in the food gathered. Viper, those turkeys being lamed must have absolutely devastated him. You just feel in the idle time how he was struggling. Not so sudden, but still a disaster. Gradual, predictable disaster. Maybe the eagle killing the turkeys was sudden. Maybe that was sudden. So ACCM takes a 1-0 lead. He will win Koala. Civs will be Aztecs over Mongols. Ooh, Mongols are very highly picked for Viper. Petards cannot go in siege towers, correct. Cannot go in rams either. Make monks go into siege tower? That would be very scary, I think. You can convert petards, yes. Alright, the next map will be Wellsprings. You can't renew your sub, you have any idea? Are you on mobile? You should be able to on Twitch on desktop. Are you getting some type of error message? Sometimes it bugs out and you can try refreshing your browser. Was it a prime sub or a normal sub? Do you need redemption? I'm pretty sure you don't. I think you can just convert them. Uncle Jeff. Great, should be launching into the game here. There we go. Auto renewed. Interesting. Maybe you gotta manually press buttons then. Alright, so Wellsprings. Game number 2, we'll have ACCM playing as the Blue Chinese to the west, and Viper as the Yellow Georgians to the east. And this map gives you a shorefish underneath the aqueduct. The shorefish has 30,000 food on it. So you can get a lot of food on that shorefish. You don't even need sheep or boar or anything on this map. You just take the shorefish. But this aqueduct is also fairly treacherous, as once any single tile of the aqueduct is destroyed, it causes a cascading chain reaction that blows up the entire aqueduct, and also blows up the couple of tiles of walls that are next to it, creating a hole opening up your base. So it doesn't destroy the villagers nearby. We learned that. It doesn't destroy the villagers, but it blows up everything along the wall to open a passage inside. You've seen castle drops that shoot the wall, and I think players are gonna have to get very creative on this map. Now, since you have shorefish there, you can just plop down a mill and overload the shorefish with villagers, and you'll get a ton of food from it. You'll take like one sheep at the start, just get the TC running, and then you'll mill the shorefish and squeeze the vills on top of it, and grab all the shorefish you possibly can from the bottom of that aqueduct. They're squeezed there underneath the aqueduct. Even a horse falling over can lead to an explosion. I mean, Viper, this is your home map. Where's your mill? What are you doing, Viper? Viper, what? What? Why are you taking the shorefish? I mean, why are you taking the deer? Those are so much slower than shorefish. What are you doing? Mule carts for your wood line, and you just mill this. 30k is a lot, yes. They are the fastest food source to collect with villagers unless you're Mongols hunting. I think Mongols hunt fast, ever so slightly faster than shorefish. Does he know? Do you think he checked the map? Do you think he knows about the aqueduct exploding? Okay, there he goes, there he goes. And don't build a house there, you need a mill there. That's your mill spot. Viper, what are you doing? Our base is like, I hope I go up against Viper in this tournament. Match me up against him in the first round. The shorefish do disappear with the explosion, yes. So once it explodes, you can't take him anymore. Yeah, old Indian shorefishing was faster than Mongol hunt, yes. Of course, the fastest food is if you have food on a wolf and your villagers collect it. Viper's hunting the boar. What does he do? Is he gonna save this for later? It's 30k food, you don't gotta save it. Like, look at the ACCM's 200 res collected ahead. He's hunting the boar simply because he can't fit more than 8 vills around that shorefish. He needs a second mill. So confident to take Viper. Do Mongols hunt wolves faster? No, they don't. They do not. It's their hunters that get the bonus, not their villagers. Who came up with the idea and made this map? That's a good question. I wish we had the authors in Capture Age. I think it's in the handbook. Yeah, he's taking the disaster part too seriously. Now he has the mill there. Now, let me double check the handbook. There's a few different people contributed to maps. Let me get the authors right. Handbook. Maps. Wellsprings was made... It's not in the handbook. Oh wait, there it is. It's not alphabetical. Okay, this is a Mad Catter map. This is a Mad Catter map. Why are the maps not alphabetical in the handbook? That threw me for a loop. I need to know my own handbook better. So Viper's still taking the deer outside. 300 res collected advantage for ACCM. He'll be up by a villager as Feudal comes in. Viper do Loom? Probably not. Nope, he didn't do Loom yet. He skipped Loom. So as Feudal comes in and then Loom comes in, ACCM will have a 2-vil lead. Pretty much what you expect as the Chinese. Let me make sure my chat's visible. Does gill nets affect villager fishing? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It's not available until the Castle Age anyway. That would be crazy though if you were to find one of these little pools of shallows to build a dock just to research gill nets for your shorefish fills. Oh, that'd be amazing. But no, I'm pretty sure it's only fishing ships. You should repair the ruins to get a barracks. Oh, that would be amazing. Repair the ruins to get a barracks. That is a good idea. I like that. I like that a lot. I'll have to see if we can mod that in somehow. So forward range from ACCM. Oh gosh, get in through the gate, ACCM. Hold it open, hold it open. Get in, all the mule cart blocking. Oh, go ACCM, get in, get in. Viper wants to hit the scout. Now he can't bring his own scout back in. So ACCM going for the tower rush. It'll be a Vinch-styled rush with the range behind it. And Viper closing a bit on res collected, but still on that shorefish. Archery range going up for Viper. How many petards does it take to destroy the aqueduct? I guess you could just go 1 petard on the aqueduct to get in, and then try to go straight for the TC at some point. Does the aqueduct do anything? It explodes. When you destroy one segment, the entire thing explodes, and that opens up a passage into your base. ACCM will open his own passage into the Viper's base, though, knocking down that wall, putting some archers in the tower. Towers, I think, right now too far apart to fight. Viper does have fletching, but just can't hit it, I guess. ACCM just gonna run past the tower anyway. Viper didn't wall behind this. And now he'll have to deal with hoovering archers, but has the skirms there already to deal with it. And walls the army in. Walls it in. So this is the Viper we've come to know and love. The quick waller. Skirm master. Going to trap this army under his tower. That tower is doing a ton of damage. And ACCM will get back in. We'll get out, but only escapes with a single archer. And Viper's still taking that shorefish. Yo, he's gonna delete. He's gonna delete and rush with Vils. ACCM trying to go for a stable, trying to wall in front of the tower. Will he get the walls up in time? Skirms will dive the tower. And Viper should be in a great spot to take out the tower there. That scout will run away. And now Viper's gonna surround the tower with his Vils. And as soon as the archers come out, they are low HP already, and the skirms will pick them right off. And now Viper's going to try to wall and trap the villagers. One's inside the tower. He'll delete the houses and just finish off the tower. ACCM will be able to run. And low HP Vil, maybe she'll go down. 5 more javelins, two more javelins. Quick gate, but not enough. Ooh, Viper might have gotten wood by destroying the gate. Tower goes down. Hoovering should be used for animals with hooves. Ah, that's what you're doing there. That's a good idea. Igalos, though, the Igalos need to hoover. So, 2 games in a row, 2 skirmisher wars in a row. Or maybe we'll see more skirms from ACCM. Just archers so far. Oh wait, there we go, now he has a skirm. Yeah, double milling the shorefish, that's what you gotta do on this map. Look at how much more res collected he has. What's the food difference here? What's the food difference? Yeah, food isn't even that much. Oh wait, yes it is. Yes it is, that's... Oh wait, no, it's not. I'm looking at the wrong stats. Maybe that'll start to increase. ACCM just overall more everything. Oh, he's collecting gold. That's the difference, the gold. He's on to gold. He's also milling the berries. He's milling everything. He just wants as much food as he can get. And there's the Castle Age on the way for ACCM. Once again, clicking up much faster than Viper. Also, Viper deleted all of his walls, so he's not walled. Another house going up. Viper's still taking the berries, taking the shorefish. This house is exactly where a second mill needs to be to get another 5 villagers on that shorefish, and his eco would be so much faster on the shorefish. Okay, so Viper is just gonna house wall up. ACCM comes forward with the skirm. Viper's about to click up. Still not quite there though. Have I seen the tower treb trick? What about the tower? If you mean the walling and the treb thing, yeah, I saw T90's video. I did include that in a video I made years ago about projectiles. It's in my fireship video, I think. About using walls to block the treb shots. The constantly getting the treb to hit the same location over and over is a weird thing that I guess is a DE quirk. That's something we're gonna investigate. And on the hill, Viper gets the kill. Takes out the scout. And the archers will be kept out. How much shorefish is 30,000 per player, but once the aqueduct is destroyed, the fish disappear. So I'm going through the house. Viper just about up. And remember, it is sudden death, so a ram is very threatening to that TC. And I think the last thing ACCM wants to do is destroy the aqueduct, because that would mean he stops fishing. But Viper is definitely getting less benefit from the fish. So that's 28k food left. I can't even click the fish. He's got so many vills. 25k food. So ACCM collecting around 3k more food from the fish so far. As we now have a fortified church from a Viper. Now, fortified churches stop making L pushes. ACCM has to go for rams here. Viper's going to need melee units to destroy the rams. Or maybe just enough skirmishers. And never discount the fun of having too many skirms. Yep, it collapses on both sides. Collapses everywhere. One tile and the entire thing goes down. Burger King at the airport. That's actually legit the trick when you're in an airport. The Burger King or the McDonald's, in my experience, they don't hike the prices up as much as everything else does. So Viper pushing out, he now has elite skirms, now has knights. Still down in vills, down by about 2k res collected. A lot coming from that shorefish. Oh, actually, does the fortified church apply to villagers collecting from shorefish? Oh, that could actually be insane if Viper starts collecting with the church there. He's got a church on his wood line there. Has a bright future in AoE 2? I think he has a bright past. Up, hello, meal cart out there being hit by a scout. And hello, General Octo. So repairing the ram, we'll have a rocket cart on the way for ACCM. Oh yeah, the Chinese have rocket carts now. Bloodlines and a forward stable. So ACCM actually going to play the map like it's a sudden death map. He's going to go for the TC. And he's still shore fishing back here. He's got, what, 12, 13 vills in that shorefish. Imagine if a player actually finishes the shorefish on this map. Oh, is Viper attacking the aqueduct? Where? Where is he attacking the aqueduct? Oh, he is. Something was. I think vills can repair it, though. I don't know if that was on purpose or an accident. I mean, considering how much ACCM is fishing, I don't think he realizes this, but it would behoove him to destroy the aqueduct. Just to deny the economy. Oh, the TC attacked it. Okay. The rally point said he probably tried to set it on the shorefish, maybe set it on the aqueduct instead. Well, he is going to lose that stable. Has to be very careful now, as ACCM will have a hill upon which he can attack the TC. And what is Viper doing? No mangonel, doesn't have the gold for it. He needs a market. He's doing a range. He's trying to get more skirms out. The ram is now going for the TC. The ram is going for the TC. Viper needs to remember it is sudden death. He's going to try to use his cav to pick off the rocket carts. That'll be successful. But the ram's still attacking the TC. Viper not panicking just yet. Going to garrison that fortified church. He's to try to take out the knights. ACCM so far ahead in resources. Viper desperately needs a mangonel. And needs to repair the TC soon. Needs to repair the TC. Going to use the villagers to attack the ram. And he will keep the TC alive so far. We'll keep it alive. Pick off the crossbows. That's an expensive dive from ACCM if he's going to lose his army. And Viper just going to send more vills over. Try to repair. Send everyone back. Needs to keep the TC alive. Does have a lot of wood for repairing at least. But he's losing vills. He's losing vills. ACCM going up by 8 vills. Another rocket cart coming forward. Knights will pick off that mangonel right away. That was an expensive mangonel. Viper's eco is right on the edge. He's selling wood so he can do gold, but if he sells all the wood, he can't repair the TC. And what wood? He sold wood for 600 gold. What is he doing with that gold? He's training cav archers. He's training cav archers now. And he's desperately trying to repair as he gets cav archers. He's losing vills. The rocket cart's destroying the TC. The ram is coming forward. And there's the GG. He's not even going to let the TC go down. That's 2-0 in favor of ACCM. And Viper's build on this map was all disconjointed. Didn't take the shorefish right away. It was taking deer instead of shorefish. That was weird. He needs to study the maps. And GG for ACCM pushing the TC. Playing the map like a sudden death map. So 34 to 32 KD, but he had a much better eco to sustain that. Yeah, and by the end, look at that, 2k more food collected from that shorefish. Yeah, ACCM using the shorefish well. And that results in the castle timing. Very painful. So 2-0 lead for ACCM. We'll have 1 Wellsprings. That was the Chinese winning over the very first picked Georgians. Viper losing with his first 2 civ picks so far, too. And ACCM still has Wu. Viper hopefully has the reverse sweep planned. So also, just going to give a shout out to John Slow, who is co-hosting this event. Make sure to go give him a follow on Twitch and on YouTube too. He's also streaming on YouTube. What was the verdict? I mean, by the time he built the church, Viper wasn't fishing, so we didn't get to experiment. We'll have to try it out sometime, though. I'm not actually sure how well it improves it. Let's see, where's the next game? It'll be Triple Tunnel as the next map, so Viper's sticking with his home maps. His play all of the 5 so we can see 3 more disasters. Alright, we're loading in. Oh, what a Civ matchup this is. So we'll have Viper to the west. He'll be playing as the Yellow Britons. And then ACCM to the east. He'll be playing as the Cyan Turks. And on this map, you do have a nice little pond behind you. 5 shorefish there. You can go for a good fish boom. What is it? 5 shorefish each? Yep. So you can fish boom back there. Annoying little reeds you gotta chop, but that's a thing. Then it's, well, I don't know, what's the game that does this? Isn't like a 3-lane thing, another game? Like one of those MOBA games. It's the MOBA map. Cyan, the most beautiful color, Jan Chest, the most beautiful color. Fish boom over focus coming from Viper in 3, 2, 1. You picked the Britons though. Do you think the Britons actually fish boom? Britons Turks, again, one of the Civ matchups that has completely flipped around from AOC, where it was an easy win for the Britons to what I think is usually an easy win for the Turks. Extra Pierce Armor on the Hussars. Fully upgraded Cav Archers with extra hit points. 2 great tools for using against the Britons now. They lack skirms, but other than that, still great in the matchup. Also, there is a boar right in the middle of the map you can take, I think. Don't know if anyone took that. You don't think Civ not... I mean, Britons can fish boom, right? But usually, you know, there's no bonus. Not like they have the Celts wood bonus to add into the fish. Or the Italians discount, or the Malay fish traps. Or the Japanese fishing ships. And just like, yeah, they can do it. It's nice. It's not like it's a disadvantage like it would be like Slavs or Teutons who really want to focus on the farming eco, or Franks. Okay, ACCM scouting with a llama, but Viper will capture the llama. Oh, and there's a boar there. Yeah, there's a boar on each of these passages, so you can lure those in if you want a bit of extra food. Yeah, that's true. I guess they do save the wood on the TCs, so you can go pretty heavily for a fish boom and then save the TCs. On a normal map like Black Forest, on Rage Forest, you can do that, but not in Sudden Death. Not in Sudden Death. Here they are stuck to their starting TC. So, yeah, another downside of Britons is you don't get to use your cheaper TC bonus in Sudden Death. You just, I guess you can repair more cheaply your starting TC. I think nowadays you get the repair discount. If I recall, originally you didn't, but now you do. Is this a best of 5? This is a play all 5. This is a play all 5, so we're gonna have all 5 games played. It is $25 per game. Longbows would be the play. But still, longbows against all the Hussar Cav Archer spam from the Turks. I think longbows still even can struggle. And then you have some artillery cannons behind that outrange the longbows by 2 tiles. Maybe some bombard towers too. In the old days, good archer civs would wreck the Turks, but they've had so many extra tools added to them these days. Artillery's cheaper too. What is it now? Yeah, it costs food and gold. It used to cost stone. It used to be much more expensive since it costs stone. Viper trying to win the scout fight at least. Yeah, even siege rams. Okay, H for Hera gold. Yeah, I remember in the old days, it's kind of similar against Mongols. Turks had no answer to Mangudai, but now they have their Hussar heavy cav archer option. So feudal age on the way for Viper. Are they stronger than Haufnitze? They have more range than Haufnitze. So Turks, they have extra hit points on their gunpowder units as a civ bonus, So their cannons, where is it? Plus 25% HP. Their cannons get 100 hit points, which I think is more than half Nitsa. But what they don't get is siege engineers. So they don't have the extra 20% damage against buildings. And they also don't have the all the extra blast radius that the Half Nitsa gives. The extra attack that that upgrade gives. So their attack isn't quite as strong, but their range is much longer. They also don't have Valkenburg tactics for the speed. So all in all, I probably still do prefer the Turk cannons ever so slightly, but Half Nitsa are a bit of a different unit too. They serve a slightly different role. So Viper going for the forward barracks. ACCM might come and scout that even. Yeah, in a 1v1, Turk cannons tend to beat Half Nitsa because of the range, in my experience. The speed from Valkenburg tactics can be nice and help to even that up a bit, but I still prefer the range there. So there's Viper up to feudal, and ACCM saying, I'm up to your tricks, Viper, I've seen you. And he's also walled his fish boom, so Viper not going to be able to hit the fish. It's mounted archers and not cav archers. As far as the Turks are concerned, I think it also applies to Genitors if you have a Berber ally. I'm giving you that unit. Yeah, Berber's Turks are suddenly give Turks a great trash unit against archers. Hello, LC River. If you were to research Sipahi for other civs, it would apply to other cav archers, such as a custom scenario where you give it to Mangudai. If you remember the Mangudai Madness scenario, I think you could do that for extra hit points. I'm forgetting though, maybe you couldn't. I think you could. So Viper's gonna get in with his scout. ACCM will do a stable himself as he finishes walling up. Yeah, it applies to Genitors. Oh yeah, right, it also applies for those 10 times shared civ bonus games. You can get your Sipahi Mangudai. Viper, time to lure in a boar. They're boar in the north, if there were, and there definitely was. Someone had lured it already. So next boar coming in towards the TC there. Oh, you don't believe this? Well, what are you expecting to believe from Viper ACCM? I mean, I still like this civ matchup for ACCM. I'm worried that this might be 5-0. Especially in the sudden death setting with the new maps. That's the situation ACCM is going to be cooking these days. In AoE3, Sipahi are a cav unit similar to Cataphracts. Okay. Expecting at least 1-to-1. Ooh, the scouts getting in. The scouts from ACCM getting in on Viper's vills. He's gonna pick a villager there. Will is a scout though. Viper needs more vills to help fight. And he will get the wall up though. Will get the wall up. Doing the stable, has the forward range, but really hasn't been able to do much damage with that forward. ACCM's done a great job of walling off and protecting his fish. Also, good job of scouting down that lane, making sure he was aware of what Viper was up to. You have a wall in the TC? Depends on the situation, you can. Only really helps against rams though. Mangonels, cannons, trebs still shoot over the walls. It shakes the rust off right now. ACCM not washed? Who isn't washed? I mean, I guess Yo's not washed. Yo's playing well. Hera's washed. He just lost to Yo. Can't even win an A-tier event. So Castle Age on the way for Viper. How about Leary? That's true, Leary's not washed.
Ready.
Well, Leary can still finish second. So finally a game where Viper is the first one to click up to the Castle Age. And let's pay attention to the fish boom. That's 5 fishing ships to, what do we have here, 7. So slightly more fish for ACCM. There's a good Vil lead and score lead, but not much idle TC. That's just the timing differences on clicking up. And Viper will wall behind that house as ACCM comes forward with a few more scouts. Is Viper now full-time content creator only? I mean, he's been full-time Age of Empires for years.
Mandatum.
The only AM player? You know that's true. Actually, Lyria did lose to Nikov recently in that 3rd place match, and Nikov did just qualify also for the Chinese LAN.
Emret. Evet.
So Knight and Scout taking out some of the skirms. And forward castle from Viper. Only downside of that castle is it doesn't hit the TC, but it will give him a launching point from which he can start training petards. And second range from ACCM, probably gonna go Cav Archers. Spear is gonna let the Scout and Knights in. And here come Viper's villagers as a long train of Vils sending that village forward. 11 Vils to raise a castle on ACCM's face. Spear picks off the Scout, but Knights are still there. So schedule for Sudden Disaster is it's a 128 team, or 128 player, 1v1 single elimination bracket. And it's going to be starting next week. Starts on the 11th. Signups close today. So we'll have the brackets released over the weekend and the tournament starts on Monday. It'll be 1 round per week for the next few weeks. Until the finals on September 14th. Qualifiers for the Chinese LAN. Those will be continuing this weekend. So far it's the invited players as the castle goes up. Starts killing Vils. Of Viper, Hera, Yo, Leary. And the qualifiers have been Nikov. Was it Nikov, ACCM? And I'm forgetting who else. I casted all of them. Middle goes down. Remind me what. Chat can remind me what the other qualifier is. And Hart. Nikov, ACCM, and Hart were the 3 players who qualified. I was remembering it was from South America, but I forgot who it was. It was Hart. Yes. Yeah, I kept thinking Nikov and forgot who the other player was. So, ACCM has the castle on his face. Viper's doing longbows. ACCM has to delete farms. That'll let him wall behind this. And now he has to worry about petards. Because of that forward castle, it takes 5 petards to destroy a TC. ACCM is going to do a workshop. But longbows will outrange the mangonels. Once Viper does finish Bodkin, then they'll have 8 range. They also will outrange the TC. I wonder if there's ever a yeoman castle age situation. Maybe not as Britons, as they really do want to go for Trebs. But imp and gunpowder might take too long. Well, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna click Imp. He's doing the monastery in the back. And he's gonna be after that villager, after that monastery, up to the Imperial Age. He has the resources. And with the workshop, as the Turks, he will immediately be able to make bombard cannons. Viper's still going for longbows, but cannons should do great against Castle Age longbows. Double workshop. I'm still just worried about petards. ACCM might just need to wall up in front of this. Yeah, longbows definitely can reach the TC. Not going to do too much damage, but can reach it. So 7 pierce armor for the TC. That's actually a huge difference. If the TC gets more pierce armor as you age up, but Castle Age TCs actually are very weak to Imperial Age archers once Chemistry and Bracer come in. Then they actually do damage beyond what the armor prevents. But here it's just 8 versus 7, so it'll be 1 damage. Unless they have a hill nearby, atop which they can stand, but I don't think so. That hill's not close enough. So Viper with more vills. Viper's gonna have a second castle, and ACCM could be in a rough spot if he can't defend the area in front of his TC, because here comes the second castle from Viper. Okay, there's a workshop. 1 mangonel, and still the threat of one-shotting the castle with a mangonel. And there is the castle from Viper. ACCM should be able to see the villagers. There are the vills. No anti-castle defenses there. Gonna try to anti-castle quick wall. And this might be where Viper needs to start making petards. As ACCM 2/3 of the way up. We'll use the TC to try to shoot some longbows there. We'll shoot the castle with the TC. Don't think there's any way ACCM stops this from going up. But he's close to Imp. Has a couple of light cav in the back. Can get a good mangonel shot that would help him, give him some space. A mangonel also from Viper. Don't think that goes down. Yep, and then the mangonel can come forward. And I believe the castle is close enough that, yep, ACCM won't be able to repair the TC because the castle will pick off the repair vills. And Viper looks to be in a really good spot, unless ACCM very quickly can get up bombard cannons. He's going to need double workshop production. He's got masonry on the way. Masonry for the TC HP. And here come the cannons. Here come the cannons. Oh, that mangonel is super annoying. Here come petards, and the petards should do it. 1, 2, 3, and ACCM loses the TC. The players forgot to set the game mode to sudden death, but there is the GG. And Viper gets himself on the scoreboard, starting potentially a reverse sweep. And the fast imp siege from ACCM was too slow to stop the double castle drop. Viper gets the petards in time and gets himself a win. So that's 19 to 14 KD, but a bit too much map control from Viper there, even with ACCM having the stronger eco. Finally playing the game like it is sudden death. Isn't it scripted into these maps? Is it? It is scripted into the maps, but obviously he didn't die when the TC went down. He had to call the GG. Just takes until the animation. Oh, it takes until the animation finishes. Okay, that's better than the game mode then. Never mind. Never mind, I was wrong then. I didn't know it was in the maps, but you're correct. Alright, that's good. Because sudden death, the game mode, doesn't stop when the animation finishes. It waits for it to start. So I guess that would make a difference in a team game, where you can keep playing for an extra few seconds, but here, you're defeated immediately, or you're defeated after it finishes. So, Turks losing to Britons. Alright, a civ matchup where I would have favored the Turks these days, but Viper pulls it out. I guess maybe the economy for the Britons. With, I guess not even that much of an eco advantage without the TCs. Just the fishing ships early on, if he gets the faster sheep. This might be the first time we've seen a TC get destroyed. Maybe the tournament rules need to prohibit GGs right before the TC goes down. Viper definitely should have lost his TC last game right before he called the GG. And thank you also Spasm52 for the follow. Missed that during the game, but thank you very much for the follow. Probably don't hear me now because there's an ad. Remind me to thank you again after the ad. Is it play all 5? Yes, play all 5 indeed, Sam K. There's reboom. No rebooming. Well, I cast the doubt LingYuan game. We'll see if that's on after this. Doubt versus Draken. That's happening right now, so no. Maybe fire Mihai. We might cast a set or two. And ACCM will have his 2 home maps remaining. And ACCM is in the lobby now. So what map do we think he'll start with? Acaray and Ring of Reeds. Acaray is an interesting one. I'm not sure what to think of it yet. Don't think we've really established a meta for it so far. Oh yeah. If you're on YouTube, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna redirect to Ornlu at some point, because we're gonna test out YouTube redirects. So let me set that up in my stream settings right now. All right, and they are launching, and it will be Ring of Reeds, the redirect setup. And oh, we have failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. Everyone get your thanks DEs in the chat. There we go. Alright, so second time's the charm, and we will successfully load in this time by the looks of it, I think. Yes, there we go. Alright, so I had to restart the game after we failed to download match content, but we are in. We will have ACCM playing as the Cyan Wu to the southwest, and Viper as the yellow Romans to the northeast. Maybe this is why ACCM banned the Japanese, didn't want to have to deal with the Japanese longswords against the Wu Jian swordsmen, but he will have to deal with Roman longswords. Those things are pretty good too. Viper with a very forward gold. Side stone. ACCM with a 4. Is your gold always forward on this map? Maybe it is. Anyway, this is the version of the map where you have shallows on the outside, so you can dock. You know, it used to be rock terrain on an earlier version, I think. But you can dock for fish. You can also dock for dock blocking and completely block off the outside. And ACCM will lure in his boar. Start with some nice palisades around your base. I'm surprised that 4 palisades in a row didn't get a gate. Didn't happen here either, but interesting. I guess you need 5 bits of wall for a gate to spawn then. I thought it was 4, but maybe it is 5. Let's go fire archer. Ooh, fire archers. Now those are an insane unit. Uses a long-range attack against buildings. And also does burn damage to burn buildings over time. Or if you do Red Cliff tactics for the unique tech. Fire damage to ships and buildings. Which isn't that expensive. So fire archers here shooting down a TC. That could be some sudden death madness. Has it finally settled the cyan versus teal debate? In this community, it's cyan. The only other acceptable name is Aqua, because you have to type that in to get cyan chat appearing in campaigns. Otherwise, it's cyan everywhere in the game. Teal, that's what the uninformed call ACCM's colors sometimes. So Loom on the way for Viper. He's sending a Vil forward. ACCM will scout the Vil. Maybe he could dock here. Yep, he's going to go for the dock. Yeah, this isn't even teal. Like, teal is a bit greener. This is a very clear light blue cyan color. P5 is accepted too. This would be a blocking dock, were there anything worth blocking here. And ACCM gonna send 4 Vils forward. And what's he gonna do with those Vils? Is he gonna dock himself? They'll be up at just about the same time, so we might see fires and demos here. Viper sending his Vils forward. Oh, okay, it's Vil fighting time. It is Vil fighting time. Droman in range? I don't think the Drew. That's a good question. I don't think the Droman would range the TC. That is a good question. So Viper coming forward with the Drush. Is ACCM's gonna hold the gate open? Okay, Viper's gonna run in through the gate. Let's go. Will he? This is where ACCM can just do a house on this side of the gate and block it off. Yeah, but Viper's gonna stand in the gate and knock it down. Nope, he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave. Viper let him house wall. Yeah, so that's a textbook. If you ever have someone holding open your gate, you do a house on the other side. And then you need... Yeah, I think you can very precisely position yourself to both block the house and hold open the gate. Well, that's... You risk closing the gate if you try that. So that's your first line of defense against an open gate house. So... 3 militia from both players, men-at-arms on the way from ACCM. ACCM did not have Loom during that fight. He's just doing Loom now. Ooh, we're ACCM. And now it's going to be towers in the middle. Where is the demo? Where is the demo? Okay, Viper's not doing a demo. Demo ship right here from the rear. Would kill everything. This is Viper. This isn't Tato. Men-at-arms are in. And now these Wu men-at-arms who heal over time are going to engage in this fight. So no blacksmith upgrades yet for Viper. Tower will likely go up for both players, but ACCM will take some arrows here in the process of getting it up. Viper's going to retreat, bring his men-at-arms back, and ACCM gets the tower up, and he will get a fire galley. Gonna keep that in the dock. Dave would have 3 demos out by now. Yes, and ACCM going to, with the men-at-arms, close the distance on the tower. Viper's got 5 Vils in there. ACCM, where? Oh, there's the demo. There is the demo. Viper's gonna have to be in a situation where he can't retreat if the demo comes around. He's getting back into the tower. There go the Vils. Will the demo be in time? Ooh, not quite in time. ACCM knew what he was doing, but maybe he just destroyed the tower too quickly. And Viper's able to get the Vils back. Ooh, Man-at-Arms holds the gate open. No, he doesn't. Oh yeah, that's true. Romans don't have demos. It's only ACCM with the demos. Oh, okay. Maybe a risky pick on this map without having demo access. Oh, also, docks on the outside. Don't see any fire galleys from them. Can go around to the other side with the fire galleys if you want. Men-at-Arms still whacking away at that gate, but ACCM has controlled the middle of the map now. Bit more idle TC time for Viper too.
Impera.
That's fine. With multiple eyes. So Men-at-Arms coming around the outside. Viper has lost the middle. Maybe he'll try to get some Vils out here. If he can sneak forward, could maybe do some damage. Fire Galley for ACCM on the way, but the Men-at-Arms will be there first. Viper, nice attack. ACCM just now noticing. So he's going to be pushed off the shorefish. Men-at-Arms not blocking in time to get a kill. And maybe they will hold open the gate. There we go. There's the gate staying open. ACCM again goes for the house. And Viper will just sit there and whack at the gate. Fire Galley will come out. ACCM might need more walls behind the gate. As he is trying to get through too, doing a forward tower, he'll be going through the walls from a Viper. So both on either side of the map trying to break through. ACCM needs to get this wall. The Viper stops attacking it. What is Viper doing? He's not going in. Okay, that was weird. He could have gotten in. I don't think ACCM was paying attention there. Well, Fire Galley's out now, and Viper's going to lose his scout. All of a sudden, that's a bit of a disaster for Viper. And ACCM going to wall in Viper as he pushes his way in. Men-at-Arms is ready to take out the archery range. One archer for Viper. Scared it's a demo, maybe? Maybe, but he was so close to going through the gate. You can just spread out on opposite sides of the gate. Won't lose everything all at once. And now, where are those Men-at-Arms going? Now they're just kind of useless. They have to go all the way back around. Maybe they'll be useful eventually here. But Viper has to go for a defensive tower. Now remember, this much map control means ACCM can do forward workshops, do anything he wants in the castle age to keep pressuring Viper's TC. And Viper's going to have to go for the gold on the outside of his walls. It looks like he deleted stuff there. If he wants gold access, because his main gold now is harassed. And yeah, one Man-at-Arms back to defend. Two Men-at-Arms back. Or all three Men-at-Arms back, there we go. But not much more they can defend. The tower's up. Safe behind walls, mining stone. Viper may be a bit closer going up to the castle age though. He is ahead in res collected, and that 5% faster Roman eco does matter quite a bit when you get to the shorefish. And oh, is he going to try to defend against fire galleys with Men-at-Arms? That's not going to end well for the Men-at-Arms. Not at all. Spears at least have bonus attack here. But melee units, infantry units, archers are just very flimsy. Ships and land units are not balanced against each other. The fire galley is going to wreck everything. If only this were a demo. If only ACCM had a demo there. That could have been 7 dead Vils. Weak to fire? Yes, the fire is super effective. So ACCM getting a forward wall off. A few more tiles over here he needs, but Viper's walled in. And more idle time, so ACCM is a nice villager lead. There's a market from Viper. And outpost from ACCM. Gonna try to keep an eye on what Viper's doing. He's about to click up himself, so won't be too far behind, about 30 seconds or so. On stone, so he probably wants all these forward walls to get a forward castle. At least Viper still has the palisades, kind of keeping the castle away a bit. I wonder if this is a situation where ACCM prefers to do a workshop, get out a couple of mangonels, and take out some of these buildings to try to get the castle closer to the TC. So Viper might have a castle himself too, has a few villas on stone. And not much else to spend the stone on because you're not going for additional TCs. So Archer and Fire Galley here to keep the men-at-arms away from ACCM. And there we go, Viper up first. Not too far from a castle himself. See if he goes maybe for a workshop and mangonels though. Late game, I think Roman legionaries should be great against the Wu. But we're still maybe a ways off from that, since it is sudden death and it's just one TC. And forward castle from ACCM, yep. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect it. I should take out the tower, but from where it is, does not... Oh gosh, which of these range circles is which? Okay, there's an unfinished tower there for ACCM. Might need to delete that. That's almost destroyed to get the stone back. Is he gonna lose the stone from that tower? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and does not delete it. So thankfully that'll clear one of these range circles away from us. And now we'll see clearly the castle does not hit the TC. There we are. I really need only the selected building range circle from Capture Age. Like the game has. Anyway, castle going up here for Viper. But someone mentioned fire archers. There we go. They have 10 range. And the unique tech, Redcliffe Tactics for the fire damage, is available in the Castle Age. Also traction trebuchets. Additional projectiles. That seems scary. Yeah, now Viper is fast imp. Viper has to go imp for trebs now. Needs to use the castle to keep the fire archers away from his TC. Although ACCM could just try to get through the palisade and use the fire archers over here maybe. But there is imp. Viper up to imp. And once he gets up, he'll be able to get trebs. University in the back. Couple of men-at-arms box formation, so they're jumbled up on top of each other. Look at that guy. Look at him go. Look at this four-legged monstrosity. So a galley from Viper, as he also has a cav archer, a Roman cav archer. The year really is 2025. He has a Gen swordsman. Not a unit where you really want to be going cav archers against them. Masonry on the way for Viper. We see the fire archers attacking the castle. The unique tech still not in for ACCM. Also could have a hero unit. And he's up to imp too. So 30 seconds slower than Viper. But in all likelihood, Viper wins the treb fight and destroys that castle. That swordsman's going to be annoying. Especially if more come in. What is a max range? In this case, it's Bodkin. That's 10 range. Compared to the fire archers, which are 10. So Viper maybe could actually just research Bodkin now and be much safer. In Imp, I think then you can, of course... Oh wait, no, never mind. These things could then do Bodkin themselves, they'd be 11. So never mind, these things will outrange the castle. And then no bracer for the Romans and Imp. So these things just straight up will outrange the castle. So, yep, 90 seconds slower to imp his ACCM. And as soon as Viper gets up, he's going to do trebs. Yep, immediately cues the treb, and that will be for clearing the castle. Problem is, what army will Viper have other than trebuchets? Right now he has 2 military, and I don't think cav archers and centurions are all going to cut it against the fire archers. Well, the wall trick only matters in the treb versus treb situation, where the trebs don't have accuracy. I think the traction trebs have 100% accuracy, so the wall trick probably doesn't matter there. There's the first treb for Viper. And the second treb on the way. He wants to clear this castle as fast as he can. And then, what's he gonna do? Scorpion? He can do Skirmisher, maybe? 30 trebs? That would be a lot of trebs. At home, university for ACCM. And he's gonna start trying to repair that castle. He is imp now, and now it's time for traction trebuchets. Double workshop traction treb production. Viper's gonna keep pumping trebs. 2 trebs already. 9 bills, not quite enough to out-repair 2 trebs, but they will keep the castle alive for a while. Is the traction treb 30% accuracy? The treb is. The treb is definitely, or no, actually 15% accuracy. 15. Oh, that's right, it's 15% accuracy, but because missed shots sometimes still hit. It's around 30% of the shots usually hit. Yeah, the traction treb is 100%, I think. You can check that. Oh no, it is 30, it is only 30. Never mind, it is only 30%. I thought these were 100. Maybe I'm thinking of... Are the camel trebs 100%? I know bombard cannons are 100. Okay, these things, Capture Age is telling us that it is 30% accuracy. Okay. And they're just gonna go straight for the TC. They're gonna go straight for the TC. Our archers too could go for the TC. Okay, Viper is in a spot of trouble now. ACCM with all that map control is gonna go for the TC. It should have been destroyed. This palisade wall is so annoying. That palisade wall is going to be protecting Viper right now. Traction trebs need to go for the wall, maybe. Yeah, now ACCM's got 4 trebs. He's losing his castle, can't repair it anymore. Almost out of gold. But now, how does Viper stop this? I don't think he can counter-treb this. And your right move would go for the TC, right? So Treb's going to turn, try to take this out. Viper needs to repair his TC. Viper, you need to repair your TC. What are you doing? There's the GG. And ACCM goes up 3-1. Viper destroys the castle. But, I mean, he didn't even have wood to keep the TC repaired either. The traction Trebs do it. Woo, OP. You can convert these with monks, right? But you need redemption? Yeah, redemption could have maybe saved him there. Although, I mean, how are you going to use redemption monks with the fire archers? You need skirms in front. So, well done from ACCM. The woo, OP. Yeah, who'd have thought? Traction trebs, the secret to sudden death. Now I have to check the accuracy stats, though. Because trebuchets, a 15% base accuracy, but then they have a hard-coded 80% against buildings. So you'll see against castles, even if they miss, they still hit, but against towers, you'll see them hit 80% of the time. Traction trebs, it's that 14 range and 30% accuracy. So yeah, I guess the wall trick would be useful against the trebs. Probably not against the TC. I think all the shots still would land in the area of the TC. Yeah, 80% of the time, they work every time. That is correct, Atomic, because the missed shot attack dispersion is just the right size that even if a treb shot hits that 20% not accurate threshold, it still will hit the castle every time. So 80% of the time, they work every time. You are absolutely correct, Atomic. Absolutely correct. So the last map will be Acaray. Will be a win for the Woo over the Romans. And ACCM wins that to go up 3-1. Oh, and Atomic, thank you for gifting out 27 subs. What a number. First digit change, yes. Thank you very much. I was almost gonna say though, you should have waited for next week when the tournament starts and I actually start the sub goals for the tournament. I think I need to figure out how many subs to do, but I think the top goal is gonna be cast the finals in a chicken costume. Yeah, so ACCM won, and we'll have our final game 5. It is a play all 5 on Acaray. I'll hit you, auto mod. Chicken costume, yes, chicken costume. And here we go, game number 5. And Azeroth147, thank you for the follow. And here we are on Acaray, where you have 2 Gaia castles you can capture right at the start of the game. Oh my gosh, ACCM, go for it, go for it, go for it, go, go, go. No, don't turn around, ACCM, go for it, you'd get the castle. Okay, so right, at some point during this tournament, there's gonna be a player who captures castles on both sides. Me? Oh my gosh, I got it, chat, I got it. What you do, you pick, like, Berbers, so you have the faster moving vills, and you have 1 vill on each side for your own castles, and just at the start of the game, you rush your scout over to your opponent's northern castle, because that's the closest one, and hope that you capture it before they do. Funnel twist, yes. I plan on I'm getting the chicken costume anyway, because I figured there's a farm nearby with like some chickens and animals and a fence I can run along for a funnel cosplay. But we'll do the we'll do the sub goal for streaming the finals in a chicken costume. Nope, the castles don't swap sides. No, don't swap sides. Also, what is this architecture for the walls? This must be... This is just like the final stage of the wall before it's complete, right? It's not the complete stone wall? Yes, they're a bit of a... Or is this part of their destruction graphics? Yeah, slightly in disarray. And then they change to another type of wall as they're destroyed. So crazy stuff going on here. Who would have guessed 2025 would be the year of the chicken? Well, it gives me a good cosplay opportunity. Is there an agreement to not steal the other side castle? I don't think so. I think players just, they're so used to it, they haven't gotten accustomed to stealing the castles properly yet. Like, that'd be me. 1 vil for each of your own castles. Scout goes forward right away. And you're taking the castles. Maybe they're just saving the strats for the main event. Our base is just waiting to get that first round matchup against Viper. Now he knows Viper doesn't understand the intricacies of the aqueduct. And maybe could fall victim to her castle laming. So this with 2 castles. Give you Jordan. With 2 castles, I do wonder if this could be just double castle petard production. Go straight for the TC. All petards. Accuracy based on... Well, accuracy is based... for single tile buildings, it is 80%. But for stuff like houses that are 2x2, trebs don't always hit them. They can still miss the houses. They're not large enough. And hello, Fart of War AoE2. How are you doing? I did sleep pretty well last night, actually. Better than I've been doing recently. Any interesting fish? Are perch interesting? Oh, there are fish there. I think what's more interesting is this cactus floating on the water. That's interesting. And the fish are just, they're normal fish. If you like fish, you can tell me some fish facts about them. Not sure you'd want fish from this pond. It is kind of green. It is kind of green, for sure. Better than this pond, though. This one's brown. Also, are there any cactus relics up here? Oh, okay, like a mini cactus relic. This relic has some plants growing. Gonna play the Battlefield 6 demo? People have been asking me that. Nah, I'm not. Like I said, I haven't played Battlefield since Battlefield 1942. The shark hiding as a cactus. 1942 is the only good one. So both players up, Viper up slightly faster, Vietnamese versus Huns. Oh my gosh, it's Huns! It's Huns! Could this be double castle Tarkins? For sniping the TC? Oh, yes! And then that would even have good pierce armor against the Rattan archers. Enjoyed Battlefield 3. I never played Battlefield 3. Green means health? Does it mean health? I'm used to green meaning armor. Well, red used to mean health until the Red Cross got mad. Well, qualifier matches are on today. A whole bunch of them on Drill, a whole bunch. The Blacksmith on the way for ACCM. Blacksmith stable. And this is going to be FC Tarkins. Oh boy. Oh boy. Obviously Bloodline's on the way up, but once that blacksmith is finished, ACCM will be clicking. And yes, this is it. Barracks for Viper, and how does he survive double castle Tarkans? I don't know. This is looking pretty scary. Is he even gonna try to delay the barracks? Look at oh, there's no loom. Viper going fast castle with no loom. And okay, delay the barracks. ACCM indeed will. 98%. This is a doubt barracks for the Viper. There he goes, finishing the barracks. There you go, ACCM fishing in the north, Viper had been fishing in the south. Only shorefish in the north, so not going to have those interesting perch that we have down where Viper's been collecting. Okay, I scattered all the fish there. I remember actually never figuring out how actually to fly the aircraft. The controls there were so clunky. There's Castle Age and Loom. The worst civ for a 2 castle start? Maybe the Teutons? So Fire Lancers, are Fire Lancers the answer to Tarkans? I guess Fire Lancers are the answer to everything, but yep, it will be Tarkans. ACCM doing husbandry. He does didn't do Bloodlines. But we will be going Tarkans now. Fire Lancers could be a problem, and maybe Fire Lancers are Viper's best hope. Sound when he ran in the mud. I don't remember that. Okay, ACCM transporting, and he is prepared. He's going to do a monastery up here and collect all 5 of those relics. Tarkin's trying to jump on the rat and archers, trying to get the fire down. Fire galley versus fire lancer. Who wins? Does the fire lancer have an attack bonus against ships? Yes, +4 against ships. Fire lancer is even useful against ships. This is the best unit in the game right here. Okay, Tarkans hoovering around, going to force some quick walls from the Viper. Can he maintain his Alcatraz record? Looks like he can. Ballistics on the way from Viper 2. ACCM still could use more armor, but he's doing a university, walling up in the back. I don't think there's a hole there. Maybe the Tarkans could just create their own hole. They also go down pretty quickly, but I think Viper can come from behind and force the Tarkans away. When was the last tournament that Viper won? That's a good question. The Bloodline's on the way for ACCM. Siege Workshop there, also for ACCM. That was a team game tournament, though, right? That was a team game tournament. So Viper trying to push forward. Those Fire Lancers proven to be a great defense against the Tarkans. And before the April patch, when they didn't have Fire Lancers, Vietnamese would be kind of doomed against the Tarkans, I think. But Fire Lancers proven to be very, very useful. I like ACCM's strategy though. I like the double castle Tarkan play. He's gonna need to find something to do with the Fire Lancers, though. For the Huns, I don't know what that is. Do Cav Archers work against these things? That would be the only answer I think the Huns have. They're probably not gonna go Hun longswords here. Okay, but the Tarkans are just gonna go for the TC. They're gonna go for it. Is this enough Tarkans? ACCM doesn't have the attack upgrades, he has the armor. He's getting a good bit of HP down. Alright, it did some damage to the HP. Didn't really take too much damage himself. Gonna run away now. Armor on the way for Viper. What do I think about the Treb trick you talked about? So I have a video years ago on where I talked about fire galleys, where I think I showed that off, that walls absorb the Treb shots. There was some other weird stuff about Trebs consistently always hitting targets, or like always missing, that we were going to experiment with. So not GG yet. Oh, did he win Valhalla? I casted a lot of that. I should know that. Why are the Tarkans silent? Because they didn't give them their thump back yet. That's in the next patch. Why they need to wait so long to do something like that, I don't know, but they do. And oh, yeah, he gets 2 kills on the Vills. Doesn't deny the workshop though. Mangonel shots coming in on the Rattan Archers. This is a very clumped up group of Rattan Archers. Okay, Viper needs Nilly to help him out next time. That is a lot of dead Rattan Archers. Viper could not pull them back. He is complaining to Nilly. There goes his army. And he's gonna call the GG. ACCM, after that Mangonel shot, goes up 4-1. Viper loses everything and no likelihood wouldn't be able to stop the Tarkans from destroying the TC now. So, thanks DE. Nilly needs to get this patch pushed as fast as he can. When did that joke start? Months ago, when Nilly started taking charge of fixing the pathing, and still hasn't really changed anything. Well, GG. ACCM wins 4-1, 35-13 KD. You can see the effects of the pathing there. Viper had 33 military. Then he had 16 military. Then he had 6 military. As 2k more res collected for ACCM was pulling the head anyway. But that was the nail in the coffin. You missed what happened? Well, that Underhill, that's why you have YouTube, and you can rewind on YouTube. You can go back and watch the Mangonel shot over and over and over again as many times as you want. A combination of being over-aggressive, right? But in the past, you could be over-aggressive and take more risks because you could retreat properly. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. As that'll be a win for the Huns, and a loss for the pathfinding. Hello, Bloodless. Oh, Twitch was supposed to be adding Rewind in July? Was it? Well, it's August now. You don't want to see it again. I'm sure Viper doesn't want to rewind that. So, thank you all for watching this show match. I think we'll cast the Linguan Cup a bit. Probably cast a set. What sets are going on now? Keep going. July 2197. We could probably cast Fire versus Mihai. I think that's going on now. Let me also update the thumbnail then. Oh gosh, where would my thumbnails be? Event resources folder? Gotta update my YouTube thumbnail. Yes. Yeah, it's happening. I think I'll rather cast a set from the start rather than join one mid-set. As we missed the arena game anyway, and that's the interesting one. This should be adminry. Who is the best youngster according to me nowadays? Is it Lewis? Might be Lewis. He's been grinding a lot. And give me a moment, let me just swap my overlay over. To the LY Cup. Hopefully this best of 5 draft will fit on the screen. Pathing does not qualify for admin reads. No, it does not. It does not. Okay, they're just doing the Civ draft now. There we go. Oop, sorry. Wrong scene. There we go. All right. One sheep. That's auto admin. Why? Because you can check that right at the start of the map. Pathing is a game bug and not a map bug. And it's something that's equal for both players. Maps being not generated properly is something that is often unequal. And it's something that's out of the player control that's unequal. Pathfinding, as much as it can be messed up, is still in player control for the most part. Well, that's a completely different thing if they can restore. Due to a power cut, they restore. That's my schedule for today. I'm probably just going to cast one set. Probably just going to cast one set. Because I have a lot of other work to do today. I'll cast Fire Mihai, because that hasn't started yet. And that should be fairly competitive, I think. And in terms of young players, Argentina has a couple of good young players in Prisma and Lucho too. Margu's fairly young as well. Does he count? Did I update the Twitch title? Let me make sure I have that updated. I think Mihai sweeps. I think that's pretty likely. Will I follow the Linguan Cup qualifiers today? I'm going to cast Mihai Fire right now. And then I'll probably raid Ornley with someone. Which doesn't seem to be updating my title, but hopefully that gets fixed soon. And let's see, Mihai's in the lobby. Hopefully Fire gets there soon. Well, let's just take a look at this draft we have ahead of ourselves. For this set, we'll have Acropolis as game number 1, and Mihai picking the chicken maps, Chicken Arena and Chicken Arabia as his home maps. Fire goes for Not Nomad and Rocky Forest as his maps. He's Teuton, so maybe that's going to be a tower rush if he goes to Chicken Arena. Aztecs. Remember when Aztecs were good? Aztecs could be a type of drushing civ for Rocky Forest. Makes me wonder if maybe Goths are for Rocky Forest for Mihai. Probably either Georgians or Tatars for Acropolis, although Persians for Acropolis could be used because of the small pond now. Maybe Italians too. Persians may be also used for Not Nomad. Turks could be the arena civ there for Mihai. Ooh, picked 2. Alright, there's Fire in the lobby as well. So this should be getting started right away. And just waiting for them to launch. So current elos are 2656 for Mihai, 2408 for Fire. And oop, are they? There we go. They're launching, and it'll indeed be the water civilization for Mihai, Japanese, and Tatars for Fire. So we'll have a 2-minute spec delay, then get into the game, or a 2-minute spec delay so I can restart the game as I failed to download match content again. Alright, you can get more thanks DEs in the chat. This is why we have 2-minute spec delays, so we can restart the game in case it crashes or fails to spectate the map. Once more, starting DE. Can we restart the game within 2 minutes? That's the challenge too. Oh, there we go, there we go. Alright, and Japanese Tatars will be the Civ matchup. 30 seconds till we launch. And hello, power to the pandas. Good morning. And here we are. We will have Fire playing as the blue Tatars to the west, and then Mihai as the yellow Japanese to the northeast. And we will have a pond in the middle. The pond does not have any deep fish, just has a bunch of shorefish in it. I do wonder if you still dock for the shorefish. But it will be Tatars Japanese. On Acropolis, you do often see a lot of cav archers. And holy gold in the middle. Look at all that gold spawning there. Right in the middle. And Mihai will be docking. Just shorefish and he is docking. So I might see some fire galleys in a small pond. The Japanese fishing ships will be both tanky so they can hold up in case they try to be, or the enemy tries to harass them with archers. And also efficient on taking the shorefish. What a generation. Also, hello, southeastern side of the map. This is empty. This is something I always struggle with with Acropolis. Sometimes parts of the map just feel completely empty and devoid of anything. No stragglers filling it. I know they had made this map, I think, somewhat based on one of my TTL versions of Acropolis that I had edited years ago. But Acropolis was still a map I really do want to revisit. Acropolis was actually made by Scripter, if you remember the magician who had worked on the user patch. Acropolis was one of their maps, probably their. I don't know if they've actually made other maps other than Acropolis, but the original version had actually road terrain on the sides, and you couldn't build on the sides. And had flowers under the TC. So one day I'll have to add the flowers back. Rock terrain was added, I think, in Forgotten Empires on HD to make the map look less insane without the roads everywhere. Acropolis, hello, Bloodless. So it's a very open map. You do see lots of cav archers, which are why the Tatars can be a very good civ on it. But also the Japanese, with their +2 attack versus other archers, usually win if it becomes a cav archer mirror. The advantage for the Tatars would be their extra attack on the hill. But outside of that, in any normal engagement, the Japanese cav archers are much stronger. And hello, Fredo. Ooh, you got the Brazilian flags on YouTube. Feudal Age on the way for both players. Loom just finished for Mihai, both players with Loom, but 2 fishing ships there for Mihai. And starting to pull ahead slightly in res collected because of those fishing ships. Yeah, Heavenly Chorus there. Well, they're not quite kissing each other. There's a one-tile gap there. But yeah, they're really close. I know you said something about moving the golds forward on this map. Oh, these two are very forward. The one thing I was thinking of is giving players consistent downhill forests. But that would be a lot of land generation, and probably more than I would want to mess with. The Japanese CA have some other stuffs making them OP. They're just fully upgraded. It's fully upgraded cav archers. But it's plus 2 against archers that really shines against the other CA. So, militia there for Mihai. You can go for men-at-arms, but hasn't scouted where fire is, and fire is actually in a very defensive location. He spread the golds out very much. This doesn't look very spread. Neither do these. But yeah, right. I think the problem is, I'd guess maybe the two hills spawned very close to each other on this side. And that probably puts more limited spots for the golds to spawn then. Yeah, if TC here, you'd be rich. Until it gets cannon galleoned. So Mihai, not actually finding the wood line. We'll go up and see the berries. Arranged and stable there. And men-at-arms will start whacking their way in through that wall. On the other side, we'll have a spear chasing a scout. And spear wants a poke on a scout as the men-at-arms try to hit the spear. And palisade wall being torn through by the men-at-arms, and that Vil has to repair for his life. And I think the men-at-arms are ever so slightly winning. No, without the scout they won't win though, and the archer comes over. So the archer should be able to defend this now for fire. And Mihai, 4 fishing ships. That's feeling really nice on this pond. There are 7 shorefish, so he should be able to fish for a while there. Fire with his scouts is going to get into the back of Mihai's base, but Mihai has a spear now ready to defend. And spear ready for some pokes. As more archers come forward. And the blacksmith going up as a stable goes up here for Mihai. Let's see what the scouts do for this villager. Okay, Mihai. Trapped Vil on the outside, trying to hunt that deer, but just gets hunted herself by the scouts. So first kill of the game there. Fire picks the villager. And Mihai will avoid being poked by the spear, but hasn't been able to do much damage with the men-at-arms, just a lot of maybe awkward eco-management now from fire. He will get a nice pinwheel of 8 farms around the TC. Has to do something with these villas though, maybe find a lumber camp spot over here. Just keep them busy. They're chopping the straggler trees, but he's running out of stragglers. So the scouts will find the men-at-arms on the hill. Fire trying to use the spear getting stuck there. Mihai's army will, though, be cleaned, and everything cleaned there. At the same time, though, Mihai bringing his archers forward. So nice timing from Fire to clean that before the archers got forward, but they'll now get revenge and kill one of Fire's Vils. Fire just going to go skirms to defend against the archers, so scouts and skirms for Fire. Very 2025 combination there. The scouts and archers come forward, and the skirms look at the scouts. Get the archers. So padded archer armor on the way for fire. And bloodlines on the way for Mihai. And with bloodlines, Mihai might try to take that fight. He has enough archers to deal with the scouts. Yeah, this will be an interesting fight, but what? I don't know, does Fire win this? If he has bloodlines, he might be able to win that. But without bloodlines, it's going to be tough. Yes, he has to run away. He realizes he needs to run away, doing fletching for the skirms now. Actually did armor first for the skirms, interesting. And the archers here from Mihai, not actually involved in the fight, but bloodlines will be enough that the scouts win anyway. And yeah, that bloodlines upgrade there, paying off in that fight for Mihai. And look how much more res collected he has. I think a lot of that's just due to the fishing ships. So Skirm is going to use the tower for safety. And yeah, that was not a good fight for Fire. None of that was. At the same time, the archers from Mihai are forward. They're going to get a kill on the scout and then come over to the wood line. See if they can hoover anywhere. Some nice quick walls, but there's a hole. Always a hole. Scouts will start picking off Vils. Let's go down. And another scout goes down for Fire. Mihai's gonna get out though. He has forging and bloodlines, no armor yet. Wheelbarrow on the way for Mihai, and he is just about ready to click up, so he can fall back, get out, and just go right up to the castle age now that Wheelbarrow is finished. And there he goes, clicking up. So less idle time on his TC2 compared to Fire. And he's basically taking all of the shorefish now from the... Oh, actually, no, he hasn't. There's still more shorefish left. That's a very plentiful amount of food in that pond. Love this calling the GG already. Well, Fire is pretty far behind. And look at that, 2k resources collected. Did not contest the pond at all. So the Japanese proving to be probably a perfect civ pick for Mihai in this matchup. And the gold positionings ultimately will not matter, as he'll get to the castle age. It might be a GG from Fire upon seeing the castle age. And if not, it'll just be crossbows pushing in, probably followed by cav archers. Archer is picking the skirms. Picking the archer. Actually, they'll pick the spears as the scouts keep coming forward. And the archers is going to start picking off Vils, pushing the skirms to the TC with the scouts so the archers have room to kill Vils. And there's the GG. Crossbow Bodkin on the way anyway, so Mihai takes a 1-0 lead. 32 to 15 KD. And much better economy. Let's especially just look at the food collected. And it's going to be fairly equal, even a lead for Fire early on. But once those fishing ships really kick in, then it just starts to open up more for Mihai. Oftentimes when I see someone fishing, they don't take an immediate food lead. And I think that's just because their eco is rearranged differently because they're collecting a lot more wood to make the fishing ships early on. And it takes a tiny bit for that to really boost the eco. So GG. And game 2 apparently will be not Nomad. As we'll give a win to Mihai. Winning Acropolis. And that will be Japanese over Tatars. So at least the Japanese were a higher pick for Mihai. Fire's going to need to find a way to bring himself back into the set. I'd imagine it's Persians for this map if he didn't use them for Acropolis. Maybe Persians versus Wu or Persians versus Bengalis. Don't like docks for shorefish, especially when the other player will come to contest that pond. Well, for that situation, it worked out perfectly. Mihai was so aggressive that Fire was never able to contest the pond. But generally... The recent Draken game was 16 versus 20 vills 38 minutes in. Lovely. Cav archers can't protect vills versus eagles, but they can kill them faster. Cav archers OP. Alright, here we are, and Bengalis Italians it will be. Bengalis Italians. Oh, Bengalis, you're a Bengalis fan. The interesting matchup where the Genoese crossbowmen actually can be useful against the Rathas. You finally see the Scorpion hand cannons. We'd have to go very late for that, but I suppose there's always a possibility. Both saves miss bombard cannons. No, Italians have bombard cannons. Italians have cheap bombard cannons. They miss siege engineers, but they have cannons. Discounted cannons. The Bengalis do not have cannons themselves, though. Well, they have cannon galleons, but no land cannons. And hello, Tucson Blues. Good morning. And alright, not Nomad. The heck? Okay, I've not actually loaded into a game on time to see whatever happens under the TC. But okay, we'll have Mihai playing as the yellow Bengalis. He'll be to the west, and he will be against Fire playing as the blue Italians. And we then will have Fire's dock to the southwest, and Mihai's dock to the northeast. The map is not Nomad, and if you haven't seen it before, it is essentially Nomad, but your TC starts on a wood line, and your dock starts with a villager. So 2 vills under the TC, 1 by the dock. And it's Nomad, but with fixed starting locations. Pretty much Nomad-like resources across the map. And usually a fairly balanced version of Nomad, essentially. Some sort of RMS trick to stop trees from spawning in the TC. Ah, okay. And I take it these trees must be placed with objects then, because it's a big square of trees. Although I guess it could be a terrain. You probably have like some type of forest terrain, and the TC is like some type of find closest with blocking objects that prevent it from being on the forest. Yeah, TC placement is weird, because TCs can be placed even if they're unrestricted terrains. Like, you know, water TCs or shallow TCs, right? That's the old El Dorado shallow TC. One of those, I guess, stop players from being defeated type of things from map scripts years ago. I guess maybe the villagers are like that too, the starting vills. In some situations. Yeah, we do has a bunch of weird hard-coded stuff sometimes. Yeah, that's another thing. You can do that, like the building foundation trick with the trees to make them non-stragglers so you can't just chop them. That's what I did when I made the small version of Fractal for the small maps for T90. I individually made an actor area for every single tree so I could position them properly. And then use the fish trap terrain change trick to make them unpalisadable. Yeah, the TC forest always is square. I wonder if there are different ways to do this. There probably are different ways to do this that would make it a bit different. I guess it's hard to do maybe land generation, because you already have the other land around it. I guess you could do avoid player start areas to create another barrier. Yeah, I think there are probably ways to make this a bit more natural looking. Definitely a tricky thing to do though in maps. Not really something that's greatly supported, I'd say. I suppose a square forest is fine because it gives you nice wood chopping for the TC. Anyway, Bengalis Italians, we'll probably see... I mean, Ratha Genoese crossbowmen could be a thing. If players scout the dock locations, which looks like Mihai has scouted Fire's dock. And then Fire probably scouted Mihai's dock. Looks like he was right there, probably lost a sheep there. Unless they go for a forward dock, probably not going to see much aggression on water. This looks like it might just be dual fast castles, which probably then has to be a Genbo for Fire just to defend against potential Rathas. Mihai may be opportunities to boom, but I'm not sure if I like the Bengalis booming against the Italians. Genbo cannon sounds scary. Elephant Archer's probably enough HP that they can still fight Genbos. But I do like the Italian unit composition. Is placed on forest and then gaps are filled with bamboo. Maybe. So Mihai up first, actually going for something of a fast feudal. Okay, yeah, looks like that Vil is going to go forward and he's going to dock aggressively. On Fire's dock? Yep, that looks like exactly where he's going. So he's going to try to be feudal first and get a forward dock. They're doing a house. Might slow down the dock, though, to wait for the house. I guess he was waiting for the wood for a dock, too. Does not have a lumber camp, just one up with the mining camp. So won't have the wood upgrade right away. That can be awkward when doing docks and not having the wood upgrade. And Fire is trying to wall the whole map. He almost will have it walled off. Arathos won't care too much about palisades, so we'll see if this wall actually is worthwhile for him. Does have a good number of fishing ships, but won't spot the forward dock in time. Feudal Age on the way for Fire. Barracks going forward for Mihai. And that boar will be chasing the Vil in towards the TC. And freaking Andy wins. He's done very well in the Masters of Hyper Random last time. I think he just won his qualifying set earlier this week too. Docks always spawn in opposite directions. No, the docks are fairly random. I'm not exactly sure what the criteria for the docks are though. It's always balanced, but it is quite random. And I think it is related to the TC locations a bit too, kind of balancing both TC and dock locations relative to each other. But maybe that just worked out that way from what I've seen. I haven't sat down and tried to look at the map script or generate lots of them. So nice blocking from Fire to try to keep the Fire Galley away from his remaining fishing ship. But he'll just run into a Fire Galley on the other side, most likely. Fletching on the way from Mihai, as he's also going archers on land, so not content only to win the water, also wants to fight on land. Fire stopped walling the entire map. Oh, I thought he was going to wall the whole thing. That would have been fun. Get your entire half of the map to yourself. He's nicely chopping. Oh, look at how well managed this lumber camp is. Or not the lumber camp, the wood line is. He's gotten every tree being chopped by different vills. Oh, that's what I like to see. And he's going to be up to the castle age, so there he goes, Fire up first. And neither player taking any stones, so maybe that Ratha Genoese crossbowman matchup I was thinking of, not going to happen, at least not right away. Both players have stones that are fairly far from their TCs, and Mihai will get into Fire's base with the archers. Again, Fire not fully walled, so the archers can walk in. I think there's a hole here, we'll see if Fire notices that. And I guess the house and the market maybe wall each other off. Yeah, archers, I don't think they can get through there. Okay, there's an alleyway that ends in a dead end. Don't get stuck there at night. But the archers will use that to harass the wood line during what I suppose is the bright sunny day of Nomad. You can use night graphics in the game now, but this looks bright and sunny. So another market going up for Mihai. And he's just trying to get everywhere with the archers he can be to harass. He is annoying as he can be. A long alley at night. You sure we'll 100% never get a night map in a tournament? I actually, when I was doing cartographers, I looked through the various color correction options, and at the end of the day, I decided I'm just going to turn them off. And that as much fun as color correction would be, I don't want someone who doesn't know the graphics settings leaving map lighting on and somehow getting a silly looking map due to the color correction. Who won the show match? ACCM won the show match. He won 4-1. It looked very prepared for it. And a war galley on the way for fire. So I tried to repair this dock. Yeah, getting a fire galley out here or two would be nice, but hard to do when there's so little HP. I think you'd want to garrison the dock and get 2 fire ships out. And you'd probably take 1, 2, and then with the repairs, kill everything. Yeah, Mihai winning the water. Mihai definitely winning the water. Fire ship there not mattering. Fire not going to give up on the water, still wants to fight for it. But the archers are going to be in and be very annoying for Mihai as Mihai's up to the castle age, and fire will have to run off of that gold. Archers will be able to hit that repairville, so this dock should go down. Will it go down before the demo comes out, though? No, demo there only gets 1 fire, though. Sure would have liked to have gotten 2 of them. I think probably need to explode on this one and hope the splash damage hit the weaker one. But that's a deadville. 10 eco unit difference there in favor of Mihai as he's still up to the castle age. Fire will be going for a mill and moving over to more gold. Give Japanese invisible ninjas on night maps. Now that is an idea. Now there's a GG from fire. Yeah, Mihai just dominating that game, winning the water, getting in with the archers, and a GG. Much better eco there. Bengali's strong. Let's see, that's 2-0 for Mihai. I'll see what map fire elects to pick next. It's a win for the Bengalis and a loss for the Italians. And looks like it'll be Chicken Arabia as the next map. Chicken Arabia. There is night day in the campaign. Yeah, there are night graphics. Or rather a night filter to put on top of all the colors. I'm casting from the Qualifier. The show match was earlier today. I updated the Twitch title several times, so it should be updated. Yeah, this looks updated to me. Is there any other event? Nope, this is its own map pool. Does night decrease line of sight? It does not, although you could probably do that with scenario triggers. And they are launching. Let's go and okay, Romans, Persians for Arabia. So much during the game. Oh, you know, I didn't update the thank you, I didn't update the scoreboard in the game. Changed the logo, but didn't update the scoreboard. This is the round of 32, I believe. Yes. Downside of having two scoreboards. I update one and neglect the other. I did Chicken Arabia for cartographers. My chickens were just added in the April patch. This is the I think the first introduction of the chicken arena. But for 1v1s, I guess this is the first time the chicken only versions are used. I did do the chicken version of Arabia for the cartographers 2v2s. Chickens on Arena at least are fun because you can funnel them, but honestly, I'd rather just not have chickens on the map to begin with. I think chickens on Arena are just a weird concept. You already have so little to do with your scout on Arena that not pushing deer means you have basically nothing to do. You scout the whole map and that's it. Thank you, Mr. Steel Rose, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, we'll have Fire playing as the blue Persians to the south against Mihai as the yellow Romans to the north. That looks like it'll be a 2 wood line version of Arabia, so nice and open. More vills will be pumped out for Fire, and he will go for the chickens. So, forward chickens, has to be careful of those. Or I guess forward chickens for both players. And kind of an awkward mill between a couple of houses there, but I'm sure Mihai will figure that out. And he'll go hunt a boar at the front of his base. So Persians, Romans... I mean, Scorpions for Romans, that's always an option. Good infantry. Decent cav for the Romans too. If the Romans end up going cav, Persians could go to the camels. Persians can even go cav archer these days in the Castle Age. Cav archers probably leads to Scorpions, though, from the Romans. And, oh, we have a lame! Mihai taking a boar. Taking one of Fire's boar. Has to be careful of that scout HP. But by the looks of it, he should be able to get it back. Fire trying to chase with his own scout. Mihai, does he still have any boar left? No, he doesn't. So he's taken both of his boar already. And grabbing one of Fire's. So, nice start to the game from Mihai, as long as he gets that boar back. Oh, don't want to lose track of the scout as it's almost at the TC. Taking a lot of damage on the scout. He's going to have to shoot that with the vills. And does get it successfully. Nicely done from Mihai. Nice lame. Loom, so he will be up. And definitely will force drop and go up first. Yeah, there he goes up feudal. And sending his vills out to the chickens again. Only need 2 vil per chicken. They decay really slowly. And Fire also clicking up. So 20... That's 19 pop with the Persians, or 19 vils with the Persians against 18 vils with the Romans. He's going to long distance mine some gold and add in some militia. Not much idle time for either player, but this is where Fire is going to feel that lack of boar as he's trying to add militia on his way up and then get the men-at-arms upgrade. That's going to be really hard to do if you don't have all that food from the boar. And he's going to have to go mill the berries now. So we'll have to mill the berries before adding in a range. He's still just long distance mining more gold. Militia not moving forward, waiting for the third militia. Mihai should have a good uptiming ready to defend this though, doing his own barracks. And not on gold, might open just for scouts, although if he sees the barracks, the militia maybe would decide to open range instead of stable. Sees the vills on the gold. Doesn't see a mining camp. And check the gold and see that a lot has been mined. So there goes the extra line of sight on the scout. And it will just be a stable, so stable from Mihai. He's trying to take more chickens. A crocodile. Taking some bites out of those militia. Turn and fight the scout as the men-at-arms go for the vil. The wall's deleted. one Vil getting trapped. He's trapped carrying 17 food, so that's a nice food loss too. But fire in. He's in with 4 men-at-arms, has a Vil. Palisade deleted. Mihai needed to save the Vils, and now he's got to be careful. The men-at-arms don't get in to the rest of his base. They're going to attack that spear. The downside of not having the scout to help fight that off right away. Range follow-up there from fire. Who still has been long-distance mining gold, but has the range up. Man-at-arms going to find the Vils on the berries. And they're going to have to turn around and run. Maybe the scout goes down, but that's going to be another dead Vil for Mihai. No, ooh, the Vil survives. No, he doesn't. Goes down. Mihai trying to go scouts to defend, but the men-at-arms will give a nice timing before the scout numbers can be amassed. No spear forward for fire yet. Spear forward would be much deadlier against the scouts. Scout's going for the Vil as the spear comes over. Men-at-arms going for the house. More houses going up for Mihai, trying to wall them out. There's still a hole, gets a palisade there, and manages to wall the army out. So nice quick walls from Mihai. Keeps the men-at-arms away. And house goes up by the wood line as the skirm tries to hit the Vils. We'll have wheelbarrow on the way from fire. Okay, so nice start to the game. Fire's gotten a 2 Vil lead. 2-0 on the Eco KD. More idle TC time, but he's Persian, so he makes up for that with the faster working TC. And Mihai is struggling to defend his berries now, trying to go scouts plus archers. But not that many scouts out just yet, and the skirm's there to deal with archers. Now Fire wants to get to that back wood line. Mihai might need to quick wall that from the men-at-arms. But the skirms are there, and Vil's gonna have to run around the wood line to get away from the men-at-arms, chase the skirms a bit. And now Fire, I'm sure he'd love to force a fight against those archers with his skirms. And he'd love to do it before the scouts come over in earnest. But here they come. Low HP and all, a couple of them. Men-at-arms don't want to fight that under the archers, so tricky engagement here where the men-at-arms need to fight the scouts. And low HP scout immediately goes down. Second scout goes down. Third scout going down. So that was a decent fight for Fire, all things considered. All the scouts go down. Those men-at-arms tanking the scouts. Pushing the archers back, skirms come over to finish them off, and that was a great fight for Fire. We have the score lead, a bit more res collected, that Roman economy. Really strong with the faster working Vils, 5% on everything. But decent KD so far for Fire, taking some pretty good fights for himself. Touching on the way from Mihai. And scouts, very expensive. The more scouts you kill, the better. And now Fire will lose his army, though. That'll even up the KD. Or almost even it up, as the scouts need to pick the skirm still, but there they go. See if the skirm gets one more javelin on that weak archer at the back. But no. So, spears in the middle. Mihai will be cleaning them up with his archers. So he took some damage, but he managed to defend. And now it's his turn to push out. So 12-1 military. Fire was not continuing to add army behind that push. And now he's lost everything and will be facing a forward tower from Mihai. Towers will be in range of each other. See, Mihai hasn't seen the tower yet. If he did, he might want to move his. But now he has the freedom. He can just come over here and do a tower if he wants and cover the gold. He can delete that tower and now do it wherever he wants, knowing that fire can't do a second counter tower. Fire, oh, actually he could, because he's mining stone. But just started mining that. And okay, hasn't scouted that. In the old days, you could palisade scan to see if he's on stone to know whether he could do that second tower or not. But yep, there he goes, outside the range of this tower, but still hitting all the gold. It's the disadvantage of being the defender. Once your tower goes up, the offensive player can use that tower to figure out where to place their own. As the awkwardness of if you're preemptively towering against the archer, or against the archers, you're not going to have the option to see where the enemy tower goes up and build your tower in reaction to it. And there we have Castle Age on the way for fire. As the Vills drop off their gold, could stroll over to that other gold mine. If this one's not possible to take. Oh, fire able to get up. Mihai gonna use the market a bit. He's gonna be a bit behind. Buying some food. And still needs to click. Gonna do one extra Vill, so that will put him pretty far behind. Oh, where are these Vills going? Yeah, what are you doing with these Vills? You'd be Castle Age now if these Vills were collecting food. He's just trying to look for an extra resource? Well, not gonna find one up here, just gonna find a crocodile. In the back, Scout's still grabbing the skirms. We'll have to run away from the tower. Maybe it's just a clandestine lumber camp? What is Mihai doing? He's going on an adventure back here. Here goes the lumber camp. And a town center there for fire. Town center for fire in the back on that wood line. Kind of near that gold, helps to protect himself. Maybe could extend the walls around using this wood line on the hill to protect the gold. Oh, Mihai just fills out in the corner of the map. Why not? Kill count still pretty equal. Res collected pretty equal. KD dead equal. Only those 2 Vills lost for Mihai. So double ranges, maybe he's gonna just look to go crossbow now. It'll be Knights from Fire. Remember, the Persians do have that bonus of +2 attack versus ranged soldiers. And crossbowmen will count as ranged soldiers. Archers will count as ranged soldiers. 1 armor on the Knights. You'll find the archers, but just keep riding forward. Don't think there's a hole between those houses, as Mihai should be fully walled up now. Investing into stone walls too, doing an early university for ballistics. And we'll try to pressure fire with his archers. Fire going to stone wall himself. Stay on 2 TCs as the Persians. So with the stone walls might stymie the early university pressure. And be able to get an eco lead now with 3 TCs. So Mihai's kind of on a timer here to do damage. This is well done from fire so far. He's very quickly up by 8 Vills. But the walls are up in time. Walls are up in time. There's ballistics, so this is all in crossbow investment from Mihai. Fire maybe, once he gets some farms, the next step is a defensive workshop to deal with the crossbows. Vill goes down. And Fire's going to delete a couple farms just so the vills don't auto-task themselves into the range of the crossbows. And we'll have a second TC from Mihai, but already when he's 11 vills down and facing 3 Persian TCs. Crossbows with ballistics, though, they're going to run in. And Fire isn't walled over here. He's going to get in through the TC. Now he can disrupt that wood line very well. But Fire at least has wood in the back. Fire has spots to retreat to and run to. And all the crossbows still hoovering. They're going to pick more vills. Okay, well there goes that vill difference. Still pretty large. Mihai can come over here, group up with some more of the crossbows. Maybe think about breaking through a wall. It would take a long time, though. Well, I'm sure what he'd like to do is group up his army so he doesn't lose it all. And then another TC in the back from Mihai. As collected, actually, Mihai leading still with that Romans bonus. Fire will probably start pulling ahead with his Vill lead, as long as they're not idled. But right now they're still idled. Not taking gold under the tower. Still worried about all these crossbows. And crossbows in that little nook want to fight against the knights. Fire's thinking he can clean them. He can get 3 knights attacking at once, but enough crossbows in the rear, the knights don't have +2 armor, that they'll be cleaned up. They will be cleaned up. And Mihai's army stays alive. That was a horrible waste of knights for Fire. Not even the Persian knights can clean that. Oh, that was awful. He needed the Scorpion out earlier before the engagement. Maybe with Scorpions you keep the forward crossbows away, force these crossbows out of the wood line, and then jump them with the knights. But knowing the Scorpion was on the way, I think that was a premature engagement from Fire. Mihai sees the Scorpion and runs. He's gonna run and just get out. Not gonna force the fight against the repaired Scorpion. Fire trying to trap the archers. Maybe the crossbows should have just gone for that pick off of the weak Vill now. Because now they're gonna have to be careful of the Scorpions. Being kind of trapped a bit by them. Ooh, okay, nice hits there. So the Scorpions will have this cleaned up. Walls will have it cleaned up too. Some more Scorpion bolts. Ooh, some dodging there from Mihai. Going for that Vill. And gets her. Okay, 3 Scorpions now surely clean that. I don't think there's any dodging that. But after all that, still a 14 Vill lead for Fire. Nice score lead though from Mihai, thanks to the 11-2 KD he has. And overall, still a res collected. Advantage Mihai. He's gonna go for a workshop in the middle of the map. Oh, is this a doubt castle from Fire? He's trying to use 3 Scorpions to defend. A Roman cav archer from Mihai paying off. He saw maybe the Vills moving out towards that hill. Gonna think to pick off the Scorpions. That's gonna be a tall task. All the repairers. Those are some weak Vills though. Other cav archer's gonna come try to hoover. Not gonna have a way in though. And looks like that castle will go up. The tower will see it, but it will go up. I wish they had attack ground. That would be very scary, I think, in the hands of some players. So Mihai's still ahead in res collected, but Fire pulling really far ahead in Vills, doing heavy plow. As the cav archers start running forward. So cav archers will take the house. Fire is 20 seconds from him. He is market away from Imp. He's gonna have double castle, so he should hold this. I don't think there's a way Mihai pushes before Fire gets Imp. He's doing the market. Once the market goes up, he'll buy his way up to Imp. With a 20 Vill lead. Mihai getting ready for Imp 2 though. He's gonna have a much weaker eco for it. And the castle at his front. And there he goes. It'll be around 30 seconds faster. And a 4th TC added in for him. Help him to secure that stone. Romans will not have bracer, so the cav archers will fall off an imp. No thumb ring, no bracer. They do have a heavy cav archer, but I don't think he'll go for that. No Parthian tactics. Literally, it's just chemistry to upgrade them unless he goes for heavy cav archer. He's pressuring. Mihai's pressuring the blacksmith at least. I think Fire's done a great job securing his base so far. He's playing Savara. And Bloodlines camels? Maybe camels? He's doing Bloodlines. I feel like Savara is way too expensive at this stage. There's a 4th TC for Mihai. A bit later though. Okay, +2 for the cav research. That's important against the cav archers. And oh, look at that, a Persian cav archer. Those have a better tech tree than the Roman ones, at least. Oh, my Romans play with CA and Persians and Scorp. That's just how Age of Empires works out sometimes. Mihai wanted a unit that was mobile, and then the Scorpions are the counter to them. There's handcart for Fire. Starting to pull ahead in res collected. Scorpions on top of that hill will defend it for now. Cav archers pick off a couple of knights, so stray knights from Fire. Then poor job of keeping the knights under his control this game. A few knights here and there, just like the ones jumping on that wood line earlier. Exactly which one it was. But just a few unnecessary losses, I think, for Fire on his knight numbers. There's chemistry on the way from Mihai. Cav archers running into a group of Scorpions on the hill. 5 Scorpions gonna fend them off. And what is that? Commander in on the way, along with Vodkin arrow for Fire. And wait, Commander, and this could be Commander and crossbows, so trash bows, the plan for Fire. Trash bows, the plan for Fire, as he's doing some raiding now, as a scout and a cav archer in Mihai's base. At the front, running by with some knights, will at least delay some barracks. Easy back to first millennium. I mean, Romans and Persians are that Age of Empires 1 expansion matchup. So Cav Archer is absolutely wrecking the knights. This is not the army. Not the army composition that Fire needs to fight Cav Archers now. And Mihai closing the Vil count just a bit. I mean, res collected have not been that far away for Fire. And without the Persians bonus, it's just the faster working Roman Vils will help close that gap too. The light cav being pumped out now. Light cav, they'll just go down to the cav archers. Oh, and Jordan, thank you very much for the raid. We have Fire against Mihai here. Fire had built up a pretty good eco lead. Mihai took a few good fights on their way as they transitioned to Imp. So both players in Imp and Mihai now running around with some Roman cav archers against Persian light cav. Hope you had a good stream, Jordan. Crossbow attacking the market as more light cav come around. I'll go for the houses in the back. But Mihai defending. He's stone-walled the gaps between his houses. Mihai likes his stone walls. If you see Mihai play a lot, he's a player who does a lot of stone walling. Has to be careful not to overchop that wood line, though. Maybe he could extend them over to here. Maybe go take that stone. And okay, overchops might be punishing if knights get in. I'll have a forward castle attempted from Mihai, but fire going for hussars now. So hussar trash bow against Roman cav archers that do not have bracer or thumb ring. Okay. Still feel like Mihai's gonna have to transition away from cav archers eventually. What are these vills doing out here? They're just going to be slaughtered. Fire now taking a much better KD lead and a much better score lead. And the trash bows seem to be working. So Hussar's trying to break through the houses. More defenses going up. The market wall here. The Mihai markets. Castle's gonna keep this army away. Cav archers come over. Still question what they're able to do. We will have Cavalier wearing archer armor for fire, so maybe he does want to go for Savars. That'd be the upgrade after Cavalier. Kind of expensive though. Not as expensive as Paladins, but still something that takes a bit of effort to afford. Well, this is cheering for Mihai, apparently. He's a part-time clown. You gotta appreciate everyone who's a clown. Yeah, yes, Fire did indeed click trash bow and make all these crossbows, yes. There he does have commander in. So it's crossbow time. Crossbow time for the Persians. Also pulling ahead nicely in resources. Getting a good hussar raid into the back of Mihai's base. Killing some vills here and there, getting to the wood line. Or forcing halbs from Mihai. That's an expensive upgrade. More vills going down to the raids left and right. Fire maintaining that vill lead. Around 15 plus. And getting a nice push at the front. A few defensive trebuchets. But cav archers that are defending them, they're being pushed by the crossbows. And trash bows can sit under those trebs and try to pick off the repair vills on the castle. Mihai desperately sending more vills to repair. This is starting to look pretty good for fire. If he can get that castle, that's a lot of repairs from Mihai. He's putting everything he can, investing into keeping that castle up, but the trash bows there picking vills. And Mihai's army has to get back. Fire has the numbers here. Fire a much bigger population than Mihai. Yeah, running the vills, he's going to lose that forward castle. Does have a castle in the back, should he want technologies from it still? That castle goes down. So what do Romans do against Savar Trashbow? I would guess some type of halb scorpion, but still that's expensive to get to. Yeah, I guess Jordan and Fire are the former Tyrant teammates from all those years ago. Or Legends Warlords rivals. Okay, a couple of castles in the eastern side of the map. There is one knight there for Mihai, and that one knight might make the difference in who gets their castle up first. And alright. Vills building the castle, knight killing some villagers. And Hussars coming over, so Fire will be the player to get the castle up as the Hussars come over. They're gonna hoover on up the rest of these villagers. And that'll be the extra gold, both extra golds controlled by fire, with the castle on both of them. Mihai's lumber camp did get cleaned in the side, trying to raid more with cav archers. As Mihai will be hoovering around his own base with some cav archers. And through the overchop, some hustlers can raid again. Mihai desperately trying for a defensive castle, but Fire is pushing. There's the GG. Fire gets himself on the scoreboard. And gets a point now 1-2 against Mihai. So 215 to 168 KD. Better economy. And felt like the game in some sense was kind of over at the point where Mihai was later up and went for ballistics, whereas Fire could go 2 additional TCs and was stonewalled. Yeah, Mihai did do some damage here and there, but nothing readily enough to come back. That will mean Chicken Arena is the next map. So 1-2. Mihai's still leading, but he did lose Chicken Arabia. And if we need a game 5, that'll be Rocky Forest. That was Romans losing to Persians. And Gabby, hello Gabby. I don't know if you hear me because there's an ad. So they're loading the next map. It will be Arena. And it will be Turks Teutons. So Turks for Mihai, Teutons for Fire. He'll probably go for a tower rush then. Arena. Gabby, are you a fan of Arena? You strike me as the type of player who would prefer the open maps. Whenever I see your gameplay, I feel like you're always laming or doing something really aggressive. We're practicing Arena with Dobbs. Okay, okay. Open maps is better. Exactly. That's what I expected from you. No surprises there. Yeah, I saw your game against Slam last night. Slam was streaming that. That was crazy. So here we are on Arena. It'll be Chicken Arena. So chickens, players will probably funnel them to the TC. Might as well call this Funnel Arena with how players have been building walls to get the chickens to walk to the TC. It'll be Turks for Mihai and Teutons for Fire. And I would be very surprised if Fire does not go for a tower rush. Civ win, Bloodless calling it a Civ win. Bloodless is definitely a fan of Arena. And immediately we see Fire placing down the palisades. He's going for the funnel. Let's go. Let's go. He knows to make it diagonal. He's learned the ways of making it diagonal. What I have seen is players actually using their houses as part of the funnel on Arena. So how I would imagine this playing out is Fire goes for the Teuton Trush, and Mihai goes to defend it. So Mihai's going to build the houses along the wall. Those will be some anti-trush houses. Good morning, AoE community. Good morning to you on YouTube. So 3 houses for Mihai going up, and he's long distance hunting the chickens. He's not building a funnel. He's not having fun with funnels like Fire is. I think Fire might need an extra bit of walling there to make sure the chickens run to the TC, but close enough, I guess. Over time, the chickens will just walk themselves. Turks, lots of options for them on Arena, but of course their Janissaries were nerfed slightly. They have 1 less range in the Castle Age than they used to. 7 range now. They used to have 8, but they need their elite upgrade for 8 range now. Makes them much weaker against crossbows, mangonels, and skirms, and even monks. Turks are good Castle Age monks, but then they lack block printing in Imp. So without the range, their monks definitely fall off. And against Teutons, probably not going to want to go monks too heavily anyway. Fire going Trush, that's what I suspect. But he is on 19 vills already and hasn't clicked up yet. The chickens, even if you are funneling them, really do mess with your build orders. So if he doesn't Trush, he could always Monk Rush against the Turks. Or try that nowadays, now that the Janissaries have been nerfed a bit. I mean, Teutons themselves are a really good civ on Arena with lots of options, just not the same light cab option. And yeah, there's the boar finished, but Fire doesn't quite have the food for clicking up yet. Bulgarians were played today, so I think all civs were played at least once. In this tournament so far? Okay. Britons. What have we come to that Britons aren't played? Fire must have thought Mihai would take a civ of monks to choose Teutons. You don't think Fire's just a tower rush player? It's probably hard to pull off the tower rush when you don't have the same uptiming with the chickens that you would with the deer. So it looks like he's not going to Trush. Okay, I would have thought for sure it was Trush, Teutons versus Turks in the civ matchup, but maybe he's just going to try to boom and play a normal game then. Kind of tricky to fight for relics if you're just going scouts and you're the Teutons. So you're going to run into immediate Turk light cav. Trush is the best idea. Yeah, that's what I think for this civ matchup. He's missing a chicken. He's got 1 more chicken he's trying to push in. He's got 1 more. At least he didn't delete the walls and give up. I've seen players do that way too many times. They give up on the chicken push. Fire's not giving up. He's trying to get all of them. Oh, that chicken just walked back. The funnel was a bit too far for that chicken. Unless it just started walking around. Nah, he's gonna give up on that one. Okay. Fair enough. No bloodlines means no scouts, no cav archers for Britons. Well, Britons can still open scouts, right? You're not going to go too heavily into them. Depends on the map. They kind of have a nice scouts opening because of the sheep bonus and getting the extra food early on. But yeah, the lack of bloodlines always does make that tricky. A nilly chicken. Fire plus chicken equals roast chicken. And yeah, it will be a stable and a market for Mihai. Oh, as we have a pause. Let's see, pause by Mihai. This just needs a second.
Yes. Yes.
And Castle Age first for Fire. So he is just gonna fast castle. He has a barracks. Could just be Spear Monk to try to collect relics, maybe. Oh, he's not going to forget about the chicken. He's going to grab that final chicken. He's not going to leave it out there. And yeah, 7 vills on gold. It does feel like that indicates a monk rush then. There'll probably be a couple of spears to keep the light cav away. And then forward monks. Alright, so no stone being taken from Mihai. And if you look at his base, forward stone and forward secondary gold. Has only his main gold in the back. So we'll see then if fire is going either monks just to collect relics or monks for an aggressive monk rush. Not sending the vills forward yet. I'd imagine the spear is to allow you to send your vills forward and do the forward monasteries. There's a house for Mihai. And here are more spears, so I'm pretty heavily on the spears. But not sending any vills forward? Nope, that's just his scout. And there's fire up to castle, and we'll do a monastery at home. Double monastery at home. Okay, what year is this? This is like a 2015 arena build. Double monastery at home for a monk rush. They come too late for the funneling, Vanilla Donut? You did. Fire already funneled. Or rest assured, though, there was funneling. So Fire sold stone, and then bought stone back again. Okay, that's interesting. So definitely light cap for Mihai. He's going to do his own monastery. So do the monastery first, then think about TCs afterwards. Gotta be thinking about something on that wood line. Alright, scouts being picked off. And a few spears running around. Monks here to heal. Maybe you can get some healing on the scout. Wants conversions. Mihai is going to try to rush down that scout, but the light cav are slower. So fire should be able to get away. Ooh, nice zigzag there. And a conversion does come in on the light cav. Alright, so Teutons with the light cav. And second TC just now being added for Mihai. By the wood and the gold. Idle TC. Ooh, it's a minute 19 of idle TC. That's really awkward if you're not going scouts. You're just idling the TC when going for the monks. Yeah, Teutons don't have husbandry, but at least they don't have light cav either. So that means their scouts still move at their 1.55 speed. They don't take that slight slowdown that the light cav do. And here are monks and spears. Monks want conversions, swapping targets. As bows off of Mihai. And Fire will take a fight here. Oh, use the speed to pick off a light cav, but lose his own. And he's going to try to pick up relics now. He has a second TC of his own in the back. Okay, that scout taking a lot of time, but not being converted. And that'll be a relic picked up from Mihai. Scouts want conversions on the light cav, on the scouts. That's a light cav conversion and a scout conversion. And that monk will likely go down as the spears come over. But yeah, he goes down. Spears try to get a few pokes in. And third TC for both players, as they're booming. Now, I would worry about the Turks these days in, if I'm the Teutons player, because of how good the Sipahi Cav archers are. I'm not quite sure how you deal with that as Teutons. Yeah, even if you want to go for your onager line, you're going to have artillery cannons to deal with. So cannon plus Cav archer, I think, is going to be a very scary combination late game for Mihai. Which is why I was thinking fire all along would probably go for the Trush, and then lacking the Trush, the aggressive Monk Rush, because I don't think you want to be in that late game situation against the Turks in this matchup these days. And Bloodless calling it 3-1. I mean, Bloodless was in the chat saying Civ win the entire time. Gabby's been saying the Trush was the best idea. So, 4th TC for fire, and he's just gonna boom. He's ready to boom. 1-1 on the relics. Mihai grabbing a second. And Monk there will be picked off by the light cav, started converting way too late. Do Teutons get heavy scorpions? They do get heavy scorpions. They do get siege engineers, and they do also have ironclad. So ironclad heavy scorpions with extra melee armor can be nice. Spears triple attacking the monk. One gets converted, one gets attacked by a bear, but the monk will go down. Fire wants to convert a spear back. Won't get it. Light cav could think about picking off the monk. Bear going to attack the spear. Fire trying to get one more relic, but the light cav are going to converge on the monk. Try to avoid the spears, but that's a lot of light cav there. And I don't think 2 spears will protect that monk all that long, but they will get some nice hits on the light cav. Mihai pulling 2 of them back, but does lose 1. So Mihai has grabbed a second relic, 2 left on the field. Loom now for fire. He's got 3 monks going for 1 more relic. Spears need to attack the light cav, and okay, mistake from Mihai to lose the light cav there. Oh, that's gonna maybe give up a relic to fire. So Vil count's still pretty similar. Res collected, definitely ahead for Mihai though. Definitely ahead for him, as though he has handcart already. He has handcart. Fire just working on wheelbarrow. And okay, full HP spear deleted. Low HP spear also deleted. And that monk not killed, but it did lose some HP. Gonna send more spears down. Run into more bears. Lots of bears on this version of Arena. And that will be a relic for Mihai. So it looks like it's gonna be 3-2 relics in favor of Mihai too. And there is Imp. So Mihai will have the instant cannons, and even against the potential of Crenellation's castles, the Turk cannons with artillery will outrange them. Age of Cav Archers? I think it will be Age of Cav Archers. And as I said, I'm not sure what the Turks do against... I mean, I'm not sure what the Teutons do against Sipahi Cav Archers. You got a turtle to make tons of SO help, but then... doesn't that still die to cannon? He's coming forward. He wants a forward castle, but he's not going to have the imp timing for that castle to succeed. He wants to click imp looking at those resources, but at this point, does that castle even go up? Cav archers are there, they can deal with the monks. I'm gonna focus the monks first. And if another round of Cav archers comes out, then that castle maybe gets denied. There, the Cav archers picking the spears, and this castle doesn't go up, does it? Does it? No, I don't think it does. How many Vils are there? 7 Vils left. Monk's trying to heal. Monk maybe wants 1 conversion. That's not going to do anything. The castle at 90.83%. 3 vills left. 2 vills. 1. And 96%. The castle is denied. As Imp comes in from Mihai. And I don't think there's anything Fire can do. At this point, neither does Fire. He will call the GG. And that's going to be a 3-1 win for Mihai. So GG. And weird approach to the game from Fire in the Civ matchup. Didn't really feel like he had a good idea of how to play it. And had the faster castle time for the boom, but didn't quite get the relics from that. Tried to go just spears to grab relics, but that didn't work, and he didn't get a bigger boom behind that either. So GG there. And we'll mark that down as a win for Mihai. And winning Chicken Arena with Turks over the Teutons. Ooh. I wonder, if you're not going to Trush and you're assuming Turks are the pick, how are Aztecs these days against Turks on Arena? Now, that was another one of those matchups that was always kind of a... Aztecs were so good on Arena they could still win it. But it could go either way. But the Janissary is nerfed now. Maybe an Aztec Monk Rush could work there. Even better than Teutons if you don't want to go for the Trush. Yeah, I still think the Trush for the Teutons has to be the play there. Barls and Monoz 1-1. Maybe I'll cast that. That might be the last set I cast. I'll finish that set. So they're 1-1, and they're on Bedouins right now. Let me just jump into that game. And I'll update my titles. Probably boom into Mass Siege, but that's your style. Alright, I'll update the scoreboard after this game, I guess. We'll just jump right into the game. So Barls, Monoz, 1-1. What colors do we want to use? Barls, we'll put him in the red. What order did they win these games? Let me check that. So it'll be Barls game 1, Monoz game 2, and this will be game 3 on Bedouins. And lots of walls from Monoz. Koreans versus Chinese. So the Chinese going to be a very popular pick on this map with their 3 extra vills and the shorefish start. They'll have the food to keep the TC running right away. Koreans, just an overall good Nomad Civ. War Wagons should be good in this matchup. These are 2 Civs with rocket carts now. And Mono's just desperately walling to try to keep Barls out. And he'll be doing a castle. So it looks like it will be War Wagons for him. So Skirwin's picking off the War Wagons. Rocket Cart's going for the stable. And War Wagon push continuing. Barles with the score lead, booming a bit more. But needing to stonewall everywhere against the War Wagons, and there's still more palisades for them to break through. And forward guard towers. All right, Monoz. I think Barles probably would be the favorite in this matchup. Yeah, 27-59 against 23-53 Elo. Monoz is very aggressive here on Bedouins. War wagons continuing to push. Barles has to repair the TCs. Light cav on the way for Barles. Don't feel like that really works against war wagons, especially not with the guard towers there. Right now, Barles just full skirm rocket cart defense. And this has been a very aggressive push by Monoz. Alright, rocket cart taking out the TC, destroying some of his own war wagons in the process. Okay, rocket cart's gonna go for the skirms. Yeah, Barles could use crenellation castles right now. He's going to try to put more TCs in the back, so he does have a nice Vil lead, and is up by quite a few resources collected. And Silent Death Reel and Thiago Giannet, thank you for the follows. Okay, so rocket carts keep pushing, and that's a lot of rocket carts too. 7 rocket carts. Imagine having 7 mangonels. That's basically what this is. At risk of losing 50 Vils. That's true. At the same time, though, Barles has managed to slip out to the side. That's often what you want to do against these very one-directional, aggressive siege pushes. If you can slip out to the side, you're going to have a safe economy. And Bedouin's a great map for doing that when you don't need the farms and you just take shorefish. It's less expensive to go out to the sides like that. Rocket cart greater than mangonel. You like them more than mangonels. That's what my chat tells me. They're cooler, so they're easier to micro because you pay more attention to them. I find rocket cart mostly always wins versus mango. What I've seen though is that the rocket cart needs to hold still longer because it needs a bit of time to shoot all the rockets in one volley. And that can sometimes make it a bit trickier to micro. Light cav start running forward. Ooh, they want to pick off a rocket cart there. So light cav defense here from Barles, as he's still up by 20 Vils. And getting more TCs around the outside. He's just going to keep doing more and more TCs. And just skirms TCs, skirms to deal with the war wagons. As the rocket cart numbers go down, answers to the skirms will go down as Barles now takes a good score lead. Hello, Nikov. Yeah, Nikov can relax and watch this, knowing he's already qualified. So all those rocket carts cleared up. Remember when he had 7 rocket carts? Well, I guess he still has 5. But some of them are all the way back there. How did that TC stay up? It'll be rams now. Okay, Barles preparing a ram push. Now, if more rocket carts come forward, that'll stop the ram push. But Barles is TCing so far forward, he's gonna start TCing Monoz' economy, as Monoz has a ton of idle villagers who are mining stone down here, and just can't figure out how to continue mining. And light cav push coming forward, trying to get the rocket carts. Not quite enough war wagons to stop that. There's going to be a castle, another castle from Monoz. Not too far forward, though. Light cav still rushing for the rocket carts. Somehow they're moving at the speed of the ram now. The projectile feels faster. Maybe they are. I'm sure that's in the game data, and we can check that somewhere. So one tower goes down. Looks like the castle will go up, though. And if we just keep an eye on Monoz' scouting, he has a goat over here, but no idea that when we reveal the line of sight, Barles has an economy over here, and a very good economy at that. Out with a Yang on YouTube saying GG's to Nikov from last week. 3.75, which is slightly faster than the Mangonel's 3.5. Okay, that's why the rocket carts made me feel better. Maybe makes up for their needing to stand still longer. Hello, camel. Camel wandering around. Yeah, rocket carts missed the light cav. And they're trying to get to the safety of the castle, but light cav jumping them. And now that the war wagon mass just isn't there like it used to be. You just can't protect the rocket carts. And the rams are moving forward into the castle. So Barls, there's the GG from Monoz. And because he has this eco from sliding out to the side, I'm gonna call GG and Monoz will zoom out and see, oh no, Barls was out here the whole time. Barls will survive and go up 2-1. So there are the stats, 100 kills for Monoz, but not enough. And good job from Barles to hang on. You can see that military pop was a nice lead for Monoz for a while. A couple of good fights with skirms against war wagons, light cav against the rocket carts, and then just moving the eco out to the side. Yeah, 10k more res collected almost for Barles by the end. Alright, now I get to find the drafts and set up their actual scoreboard. Side of the game. So let me get to that. I'm guessing Barles will probably be on the left. I just find their drafts. So that'll be 2-1 for Barles over Monoz. And they'll be playing Arabia for their next game. But let me find their drafts. Yeah, that's it. You always got to keep that in mind when you're going for those pushes, just scouting and seeing when someone's trying to leak out to the side. And the next map will be Arabia. Let's just see what happens so far. So Fish and Fish was Barles winning. Then they played Arena. Oh, I missed the Arena game. Arena was won by Monoz. Bedouins won by Barles. And for the civs, that was Bulgarians over Malians, Burgundians over Poles, and then Chinese over Koreans. No Fire Lancer equals no victory. Needed more Fire Lancers, I guess. And here we are. We'll have Barles. We'll put him once more in the red. He will be playing as the Inca. And he will be against Monoz playing in the blue as the Maya. So these days, the Inca feel like they're probably the best of all of the Eagle civilizations, of all these American civilizations. I think if the Maya can get to plumed archers, then the Inca can kind of struggle. But it's hard to get to that point these days. Their discount, for one, they have a great eco with the +5 pop space for houses in Dark Age. Then they have the military discount so they can pump out skirmishers really well in feudal. And also starting with the llama. So lots of different eco advantages early on. And because of the slinger, they have a great answer to eagles. And okay, Barles, he's gonna funnel on Arabia. Look at this, he's doing the Arabia funnel. His chickens were right on the edge of the map in a great place to do this. Oh, yes. Yes. He's doing it. He's doing the Arabia funnel. I finally got an example of it, but yes. And this is perfect from him. Look at these walls. Those the diagonal gates. A second chicken on the way in. Okay, he's gonna give up on it though. He's only getting 2 chickens. He needs the wood, I guess. But okay. I'll take that. If he were another civ, he could have maybe used the houses as part of the wall. Yeah, peak AoE right here. Alright, so if you're Monoz in this matchup, what are you thinking? I mean, if you go full skirm in the feudal age, you're maybe falling behind because you don't have the discount that the Inca do. The Maya discount is only for their archer line, that doesn't count for the skirms. Unless I'm wrong about that, I'm pretty sure it doesn't count for the skirms, it's just the archers. And then if you end up going full skirm, you have to make an eagle transition afterwards to deal with the skirms, but then you're countered by slingers. So really tricky for the Maya to play this. So Monoz will come over and scout. He won't see the funnel. He won't see the funnel. That'll have been deleted by the time he got there. Yeah, gotta bisect the chicken group with the diagonal. Yeah, maybe he needed one more diagonal gate towards the edge of the map, too. So what's Monoz doing with his chickens? He's just long distance taking the chickens. So there's the barracks for Monoz. And slightly faster uptime for Monoz too. So that'll be 19 vills to 19, but of course he, as the Maya, starts with that free villager. And middle going up for Monoz at the front of his base. And he will have 2 on gold while taking more of the chickens. And it'll probably just be an archery range for him right there next to the barracks. There he goes. And Eagle Scout on the way. So still scouting Barles' base. We'll probably see a barracks then a range from him too. Yeah, there's the range. And Eagle from him. So similar opening so far. And we'll probably see skirmishers. Oh, actually, we're seeing archers. Okay. So Monoz on gold is going to go Eagle Archer. So it's going to be Eagle Archer against Eagle. And we'll see if this is archers or skirms. Only 1 on gold, so that probably indicates skirms. And I have seen Eagle Archer versus Eagle Skirm go both ways. If the archers can get forward, they will be more threatening to vills, but it will be skirmishers, as Barls is just trying to wall himself up. And all the walls do go up for that villager. And oh gosh. Monoz, he didn't intend this, but he's going to create a funnel with his feudal age walls. If he finishes this, those chickens eventually are going to try to walk to both sides of that wall, like this one's doing right here. And they're eventually going to walk all the way around here, and maybe he'll finish that wall. And then they'll walk all the way around this side. Oh no, he's going to fully wall though. He's going to fully wall. Now if he fully walls, the funnel won't work. They'll just be stuck on the outside. Anyway, Eagles and Archers here for Monoz. Now, if he can get maybe to crossbow Eagle, then he might have something that can kill skirms and then Eagle versus, like, kill skirms with Eagles and then kill slingers with crossbows. So that's still tricky. That point just wall to the edge. Well, it's not really a good edge for him to wall to. It has to be kind of a circle wall for him. If a gate opens, they'll try to walk through the gate. That's true. Doesn't have a gate in his walls, though. So, a couple of archers and eagles have to come back. And unless you're going to go, like, maybe scorpions, I think it is really important for the Maya to get to plumes in this matchup. HP on the house. Skirm's gonna maybe just try to hit that, but not anymore. So Monoz walling, trying to keep this out. Has to keep the eagles from breaking through the palisade there. And he'll pick off a... what's that, a Komodo dragon in the back. Some more skirms and eagles coming forward for Barls. Mono's up by 2 vills. Alright, up slightly, up by a vill, little more than a vill, slight idle time there for Barls. And Monoz will just be house walling everywhere the eagles try to break through a palisade. And good number of archers and eagles now for him coming forward. 7, 8 archers, 3 eagles. And with that, maybe he could think about breaking through a palisade at some point. Not that many skirms back to defend. Market for Barles. And with the market, Barles, I think, is going to sell stone and think about going up. Although, to be fair, Monoz is up first himself. He sold the stone. So, sold the stone first. And he's going to be walling behind his stones, so that'll preclude his option of going plumes. And he's just going to try to get a good timing attack, maybe, if he can get crossbow at the right time to break through the palisade before Barles is able to defend. So Barles cut skirm production since he's thinking of going up, and he'll buy his way up there. Selling stone even had to sell only 100 stone. And there's a hole behind that house, isn't there? Barles breaking through. Monoz, no! Monoz, you didn't fully wall. He wanted his army forward to get the crossbow timing and defend with walls, but that did not work. An easy hole to spot, too, between the market and the house. And mistake there from Monoz, as now some skirms and eagles will be in his economy. And if he had been walled, that was maybe looking good for him. He would have had the timing on the upgrades. Would have been a minute faster to castle breaking through the palisade, but instead he's dealing with skirms and eagles in his eco. And didn't even re-wall that yet. Yeah, at least it's just a feudal age army. Skirms don't do that much damage to vills. Eagles don't have forging. But it will take him off of the gold. And now the eagles and skirms can just sit here and camp, and Monoz won't have gold income. House deleted as eagles have to come back. More archers on their way forward, but that is not enough gold. He needs to use the market just to afford crossbow and bodkin. Still, he's gonna favor bodkin over crossbow, it looks like. He really does need both upgrades in order to break through. And now there are more defensive skirms from Barles at home. And this is just an absolute disaster. There, this army is walled in. And maybe the Castle Age Eagles can take the fight. They do have +3 attack in the Castle Age. Only 2 eco kills, but the timing that just isn't there anymore, as we'll have a forward workshop for Barles. And the skirms are still harassing the vills. So at least Monoz hasn't really panicked all that much with Barles' army in his base. He's been able just to take down the eagles. Didn't have to bring his crossbows back, just brought the eagles. Eagles will clean the skirms. And vills can fight their eagles. Might pick more vills now that they too are in the Castle Age. All in all, to have lost only 4 vills to that. That's about as good as Monoz could have done once they broke through. But on the other side, it will be crossbows and eagles moving forward. Elite skirm about to come in, and it will be now a mangonel for Monoz. And he's going to need siege to deal with these skirms, and crossbows to deal with potential eagles. So double ranges, just double range skirms for now. That's the downside of not having the eagles forward with the army. Not going to be able to deal with the skirms right away. Well, the mangonel is still on the hill. We still do have the score lead. for Monoz, but res collected lead, hugely in favor of Barles. Monoz had a ton of idle time while dealing with that army. And look at the idle eco. There, an extra... What's that, 14 minutes or so for Monoz. Crossbows and mangonels coming forward. Eagle will go for the mangonel, but be picked off by the crossbows. Mangonel gets a nice shot on the skirms. Can he land another shot? No, he can't. No repairables, and the mangonel just goes down to the skirms. And now, as the crossbows are walled in, maybe a Vil goes down, but the skirms will be able to pick them off. And mangonel attempting to break through. Attempting to break through the house. Skirms trying to run away. Oh, and Viper, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Skirms picking off some crossbows there. Oh, and thank you everyone for the follows. Welcome from Viper's chat. Oh, look at all those doubt emotes. Oh, Sogum knows how to use the doubt emotes. Oh, and Viper also figured out how to join on YouTube too. Nice. Yeah, I sent you a message, Viper. I need, if you hit the, either add me or make your raids possible, I can raid you back on YouTube. And Barles still defending the skirms. Mono is getting some nice mangonel shots, but I don't think he has enough crossbows to stop the eagle. What, hero crossbow? Can he snipe the eagle? He can snipe the eagle. But skirms probably finish off the mangonel too. We got a relaxing voice to listen to, Mr. Streamer, thank you. I'll read this name out. And thank you, Gabil, for the sub. Nerdiest AoE 2 channel. There's a lot of nerdy AoE 2 channels, but I think that might just be true about us. The redirect in YouTube worked? Nice, nice. Well, welcome on YouTube, too. And thank you... Oh, and there is the GG for Monoz, as Barles will win 3-1. And, well, if you were just joining us, then you missed... that game was essentially... Monoz tried to have his army forward to get a crossbow timing as he went to the Castle Age, but while he was going up, he misplaced a house when he was trying to wall out some eagles. You see that remaining palisade is on fire, and successfully walled. There was a hole between this house and this market. The army got in, and then Monoz just kind of fell apart from that point. Wasn't able to get the damage he wanted with the forward army, while still getting idled quite a bit at home. So there's always a hole. It was a hole game. 24 to 23 KD, but you can see just that gap in eco as they hit the Castle Age, and that was just before the Castle Age when Mono started falling behind as their army broke in. Oh, always nice to see the graphs and how they tell the story. Yeah, so he tried to get a minute faster for the Castle Age timing, and that fell apart. And so Pete Willie, Rafita, Oscarl, Izu TJ, and Hills Package, or Hedge Package, thank you for the follows on Twitch. And that'll be a 3-2 win for Barles. And just check off the rest of those saves. That was Inca over Maya. The very first picked Maya. These days I feel like Inca are just really good in the matchup against Maya and Aztecs. But, alright, so we'll see what else is happening right now. I think we have Lewis versus Sora Kuma and Dark versus Whitey. So what do y'all want to see? Probably Lewis versus Sora Kuma. They're in game number 2 right now. Just update the titles on Twitch and on YouTube over here. And hop right into that. I'll update the drafts and everything in between the games. But we're 29 minutes into Lookout, and it looks like, spoilers, Sora Kuma had won game number 1. So this is the second qualifier. It's the round of 32. It'll be over this weekend. The top 2 players will also qualify for the LY Cup for the LAN in China this October. If you're coming from Viper's stream, he's already invited, so he didn't need to play to qualify. It was the Viper, Hera, Lyra, Yo group already being invited. And last week we had Nikal of ACCM and Hart qualifying. So looks like they were about 29 minutes into the game, so it might be a bit of a long run for us to catch up to here. But Lewis will be playing as the red Portuguese, and Sora Kuma with a 1-0 lead will be playing as the blue Vietnamese. And yeah, we'll do some speed casting now. We have seen Portuguese-Vietnamese played on this map before. Vietnamese always scary in the late game if they can get to imp skirms, but when we did see it, the Cavalier Skirmisher combo worked out really nicely for the Portuguese. So, as we fast forward, we'll have a skirm defense from Sora Kuma, Lewis trying to pressure with scouts and archers, so double range skirms, no surprise seeing the Vietnamese going for skirms. We'll have bloodlines on the way for Lewis, as it looks like he's going to try to go for that double gold composition of knights and crossbows. Gold discount for the Portuguese makes that possible. We'll have a second TC from Lewis, as 3 TCs are going to be the play from Sora Kuma. He's trying to do the university now for ballistics, defending while getting the eco going, getting a slight Vil lead. Skirms in this patch, they haven't been nerfed yet. Potentially nerfed in the next patch, as there's a 4th TC. Alright, so 4 TCs for Sora Kuma. Maybe feeling confident then in the Vietnamese late game. We'll have a 3rd TC for Lewis, as he's coming forward for a workshop and a monastery. Looking to pressure, defensive castle for Sora Kuma. He'll get some Rattan archers out. And even a guard tower defense against the Mangonel push. Mangonel's got enough damage against the first watchtower to hold, or to, before it got enough damage before that became a guard tower, so that they took out the tower. And Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. These Mangonels will be going for the stable. And Relic going over to the monastery. Mangonels on fast speed are very scary. That's true. So 4 TCs for Lewis in total now. So 4 TCs for both. The Vil counts are pretty similar. Lewis with a pretty good score lead with the KD he has, 70 to 40. We'll be getting a castle up in the middle of the map, claiming the middle, claiming those extra resources. And now we're 37 minutes into the game. Maybe... Oh, okay. In time to see a Mangonel shot. That killed some Rattan archers. We'll have paper money on the way. Oh, another Mangonel shot from Lewis. Lewis dominating with the Mangonel shots. Looks like Viper trying to micro Rattan archers against ACCM from earlier today. A skirm push here, and things looking pretty good for Lewis, tying this up 1-1. We're still closing in on that real time. And he's doing 4 bombard towers. So Treb push, counter push from Sora Kuma, taking out the castle. He does have imp skirms now. Imp skirms will be tricky to deal with. Unless Lewis can get enough gold units out, but he will be getting cannons to deal with the castle. Is this StarCraft? Not quite. The pathing isn't that good. Treb going for the TC. Treb goes down though. And Sora Kuma is still defending, but slowly but surely getting pushed. And now the Cavalier come in. And Cavalier raids will be commencing. Oh, that's going to be a lot of Vils dead for Sora Kuma on that wood line as he loses the TC. We'll try to run them. Still has the meal cart alive from the start of the game. Yeah, the map gives each player a meal cart. Can't train it yourself, but you do start with it. And there's the GG as Lewis ties it up 1-1. Alright, so fast forwarded through the entire game, but we did see some nice Mangonel shots at least. Lewis 365, 1 kill for every day of the year. And he'll tie the series up 1-1. Rip Nilly. Alright, so now I can actually set up the scoreboard maybe. We'll see if they're getting into the next game. They're already in Ring of Reeds. Okay, we have a spec delay though. A spec delay, so I can disable the pre-rolls for a minute on Twitch, and then get the scoreboard set up. So what are the drafts here? Alright, so it'll be 1-1 Sora Kuma against Lewis. Maps will have been Sora Kuma winning Acropolis and Lewis winning Lookout. Civs. Get this placed here. Game 1 looks like it was Romans winning over Hindustanis. And then this game was just, we watched the game, I don't need to look that up. That was Portuguese over Vietnamese. And you get the scoreboard updated just in time for them to launch onto the next map. And this will be a very clowny map. Popular map these days, a Ring of Reeds. Came from the old RMS Cup a couple years ago. Getting adverts for the Royal Navy and it's a water map in the background. That's some top-notch ad integration. So we will have Sora Kuma as the Blue Bengalis against Lewis as the Red Burmese. So northwest for Sora Kuma, south for Lewis. And sharp angle between them. Could even see some aggressive docks and fire galleys on the outside, maybe. Oh no, Sora Kuma. Sora Kuma, he's waiting for the next patch. He killed his boar with the TC. Oh, what was that? Absolute disaster there. Well, at least it's a closed map. So bore it down. Oh no. Oh no, and he's waiting for the sheep killer. This one maybe? There he goes. But disaster for Sora Kuma. If he had some type of build for taking the middle and docking, well, he's gonna need to mill the middle, I think, and maybe go up a bit slower than he wanted to. Lewis looks like he did successfully lure both of his boars. And he's gonna probably dock on the outside then. There are shorefish and shallows here. You can dock, you can even dock block, and then wall to the dock if you want to wall the outside. Your main goals usually are forward. I think they might always be forward on this map. And towards the middle. Lewis is a bit safer, but very trushable if a tower rush comes in. We saw this map earlier in Sudden Death. This is not Sudden Death, it's a normal game of AoE 2. And, ooh, some laming from Lewis, trying to shoot the deer. He recognizes that Sora Kuma is in the middle and will send that Vil forward. Lame as many of the deer as he can. Just deny that hunt for a bit. I can still take the berries and the shorefish, though, so it's not like there'll be a lack of food there. On the outside, the scout there from Sora Kuma will see the dock. As we'll get another house coming up. So, Ratha's monks against Arambai monks. Both of these civs, as far as monks go, the lack of heresy for the Bengalis can hurt in the long run. But I guess they neither have heresy, so neither have heresy. So, can get a huge monk war, where all the monks keep converting each other without heresy. Usually I feel like the Burmese have the slightly better monk rush for monk versus monks with the gold discount. The armor that the Bengalis will have won't matter monk versus monk. And 200 resource difference? Well, a boar has 340 food on it. And Sora Kuma still is the first one up and he's going to stone, so if his plan was to trush, he's not giving up on that plan. More houses in the back for him. And we have seen, ooh, look at that outpost right in the corner. We have seen trushes and even potential stone walls attempting to wall in your opponent on this map. Can always be cute. I mean, not even that many tiles to stone wall, if that's what Sora Kuma wants to do.
Hey.
And there is the feudal age. Double bit axe on the way. And no tower rush, but there is a fire galley. Fire galley immediately being queued on the outside, and as I said, with the docks this close, probably we'll see aggressive fire galleys here. Trying to disrupt the fishing eco on each side. And all the deer are still being taken in the middle. At some point, those villas probably want to swap to shorefish. And another outpost going to go up for Sora Kuma. Still more deer to be taken. That'll give him some nice vision. He might want to invest into Town Watch. He has done Town Watch already. So getting as much vision from the outposts as he can. And we'll enjoy a Vill lead with those Bengali villagers. So Market Blacksmith going up for Lewis. And yeah, 200, 300 Vill difference in the Dark Age will hurt. That it will. But recoverable. Losing a boar on a closed map like this isn't the end of the world. As, oh, we'll have some deleted walls from Lewis. Don't know why right now, but he just decided to delete them. Maybe he wants to go for that gold. Yeah, you were mining camp there. That makes sense. I might have been tempted to move it one tile over to the side just so you don't get stuck on the reeds. But there it goes. And we'll have Castle Age on the way from Lewis. And Scout HP difference. Sora Kuma not going to win the fight. Not going to win the fight. Lewis will win. So his Scout goes down. At least he does have fire control. Sending one fire around each side of the map. So trying to control both sides will be annoying for those vills on the shorefish there for Lewis. And it will be stone walls now. Yes, Sora Kuma stone walling Lewis in. As Lewis is the first one up to the Castle Age. And much more investment into the fires, into the walls, into everything in the feudal age for Sora Kuma. He's been mining stone, long distance mining stone even. So he will have more vills. He will over time have a stronger eco, probably come up with that, or make up for that difference in res collected. Has to avoid being housed though. Just gonna do wheelbarrow while housed. But it will be the faster castle time. Lewis put his eco directly into that Castle Age timing. And tower going up, but we'll need fletching to be able to hit that gold. And Lewis, as we saw, already going to the back gold. Fire coming in, that'll be annoying to those outside vills. One galley, and that dock actually going down pretty quickly. I mean, the galley could get over here. War galleys in the water, if Sora Kuma gets up, could actually deny that gold. And, I mean, if you have a tower on the front and war galleys in the back against someone going for a heavy monk rush disrupting the gold, that could be annoying for Lewis. Don't know if Sora Kuma will quite have the timing for that, though. He's much later in clicking up, and now it'll be Mangonel and double monastery monks for a push on the outpost in the tower. So stone walls here I think will be pretty crucial for delaying the timing of the monk rush. And now more heavily on stone might have to be Sora Kuma going for maybe a castle and then a fast imp. So castle to stop the monk rush and then fast imp to go trebs and push back. As I said, I do think the Burmese still have the better monk rush with their gold discounts. But better eco behind it overall, probably for the Bengalis with their extra vills. And especially if the fishing ships can keep working longer for Sora Kuma. It's just shorefish, but having the fishing ship still is nice. Taking more hunt on the outside too. And since he's going up with more vills, he will have more resources on the way in now. And we'll get more free villagers as soon as he hits the castle age. So 2 more per TC per age up. Yeah, repairs on the mangonels, that'll take down the tower. You might want to take out the outposts, or we could just start going through the wall. He's just going to start going through the wall. Sora Kuma could be tempted to repair, but the mangonels are going to be far enough they'd hit the repair bill. And Sanctity is on the way for Lewis. And Watchtower going up for Sora Kuma, so he's going to try to use the tower just to slow down the mangonels. When he gets to the castle age, the tower will get more HP, but 3 mangonels still will take out a tower no problem. And if he's trying to hold for a castle, he's not going to have a castle anytime soon. So it's going to be scouts, and by the looks of it, light cap from him. And the mangonels will get through that tower really quickly. Splash damage takes out the gate. And it's going to be Monk's Redemption on the way for Lewis, and he's going to have the timing on the Monk Rush. Alright, very clowny game from Lewis. Scout in the back, 2 HP. But we'll get some nice scouting info till the Vills take it out. And now the mangonels can start attacking the town center. Light Cav on the way, but only 2 Light Cav, both going for the monks. They can pick off the monks, or get the mangonels to pick off the monks. That's great. They'll stop the push. Repairville there. Mangonel trying to hit the Vills, attacking the Mangonel. The Repairville will not be splattered by the Mangonel shots. Sora Kuma trying to micro and get to the other Mangonel. A couple of Vills there. That Repairville doing work. And Mangonel finally gets the scout. And the repairs stop though. And Mangonel hits the villager. Other Vill will get away. And more Light Cav on the way now. For Sora Kuma, as more monks come out for Lewis. And this is always tricky with the Light Cav because you have to prioritize the monks first. You do not want to get converted. And if Lewis can get attack grounds on the Mangonels, all the better for disrupting the Light Cav. The monastery in the back now for Sora Kuma, and he's going to add a second TC on the outside. He feels like he's safe against this rush for the most part. And with a couple of ships on the outside still harassing, and no fletching on the galley, but this is still where fletching Bodkin hits that gold mine, if he can ever find a way to afford it. And I don't think he had enough Light Cav now. The Mangonel's blocking the monks, and Light Cav gets converted. That's 2 monks down, and it's going to go for the other monk, but the Mangonels will get an attack round and take it out. So a nice micro from Lewis, knowing exactly where the Light Cav was headed. Doesn't Mangonel his own monk. Don't pull a John Slow with his king. I'll take out some more of that palisade. More Light Cavs being amassed in the back. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't really call the push stifled. The Mangonels are still alive. Devotion on the way for Sora Kuma. With Devotion, maybe he could think about going for the Mangonels rather than the monks. But the thing is, you're never going to have as many Light Cav from one stable as someone pumping monks from 3 monasteries. And the Light Cav, they can't engage there. The monks now have charged conversions. Okay, they're going to stop, though. Putting a few spearmen work here. For Lewis, I mean, spears could be useful, right? And that's what he's doing, especially as the Burmese. It's just expensive to add in the barracks and the spears. When you're monk rushing, you never have an economy. And there are always things you could add to it. But it's much harder to afford it than it looks. So a couple of spears here now, and he does have redemption, right? Yeah, so he could just convert the stable. He doesn't even need to mangonel it. I'll always remember, the monk is the best siege unit in the game. I'll have a TC to the north. And pikemen on the way from Lewis. So there goes the TC from Sora Kuma. Now it's a good thing he has backup TCs and he can run around the outside. But Lewis now has taken an eco unit lead. He has 46 vills to 39 and 2 fishing ships. And this base keeps collapsing. Yeah, when you're that much later to go up, it's really hard to get the cav numbers you need to stop this. And then you also have a really small window where the light cav are effective before the pikemen come in. And now here are the pikemen. I think Sora Kuma is quite dead too, and Lewis will add in another TC. Start taking Sora Kuma's resources. Shame you can't steal farms in this patch, because that's what he'd do. That's where he'd do the TC then. Take the farms. So Mangonel's working on another TC. Mangonel defense here from Sora Kuma, but already redemption is in on the monks. And Sanctity, so hard to pull off the Mangonel defense there, especially when you're housed and you can't train the Mangonel. He's lost. Oh, he's housed because Lewis converted 4 of his houses. Destroyed a TC and converted 4 houses. And well, that's another TC down. As monks want some conversions on the fishing ships, Mangonels will shoot back. As Vills will build that TC in the middle. Market goes up. And Cav will keep running around in the north, maybe go pick off a monk. Okay, that's Light Cav's being effective at killing Vills out there. That's going to be its 4th Vill. And I think Sora Kuma hasn't realized this. And the Light Cav's going to find 4 more Vills. Oh no, those poor Vills. Oh, those poor villagers. That one Light Cav, he's going to get 8 kills. Oh, okay, those Vills are saved. The Vill auto got to the TC. Oh no, the Sora Kuma's still not realizing this. He's not oh, finally he realizes. Okay, 6 Vills for that Light Cav. There he goes. Anyway, he didn't realize because he also has maybe bigger fish to fry over here. As his dock has been destroyed. And Lewis, with a bunch of monks and mangonels, is now going to walk towards that TC from the other side. And he's also going to keep booming in the middle, getting another TC up himself. 1 TC to the side for Sora Kuma. And Lewis, with that outpost, will spot it. What does he have on that outpost? He has Town Watch. Alright. I was going to say, that almost feels like a town patrol line of sight, but just Town Watch on the outpost. Sees where that TC is. And yeah, he's going to convert 4 more houses. Lewis will never have to build a house this game. And Sora Kuma again will be housed once those houses are converted. Oh no, he's housed again. He's housed again. Lewis keeps converting all of his housing space. And hello, Relax on YouTube. Lewis trying to get that 5k score lead by having only 6k score. Oh, he's trying to mill the farms. You can't steal them in this patch, though, I don't think. Let's see what happens when that mill goes up. He's not even going to finish the mill. He's just going to castle drop over here, and that castle will put him in striking distance of the TC. They can't be converted by monks, no. You used to be able to heal them with monks. I think they changed that and fixed it at some point. Yeah, the monks would actually spend wood healing them, and they'd heal them from range. Alright, some light cav from Sora Kuma. And somehow he managed to get military. I'll do a small raid on Lewis. Well, ultimately, that fire galley should be able to defend this. And castle going up for those vills from Lewis. And there's the GG from Sora Kuma, as Lewis will go up 2-1. With a very convincing clowny monk rush. Well, everything went wrong that game from Sora Kuma, starting with killing that boar. Didn't get enough damage with the feudal aggression, and the walls did not hold out the monk rush long enough for a 4-minute difference in castle age timing. Light cav weren't numerous enough, and that just shows you how hard it is to stop a monk rush. The timing is so crucial. You have such a small window for the light cav to work. And Leon Chris 1998, thank you for the follow. So Lewis will go up 2-1. He will win Ring of Reeds. I guess 2 waterish maps left. A loss for the Bengalis and a win for the Burmese. Yeah, usually vills can steal farms. They can't be converted. You could steal them with villagers, but not in this patch. Early GG, Timo asking sarcastically. Don't be mean to Sora Kuma. It's a tournament game. He's going to try to hold on as long as he can. And he will pick his home map. It will be come here for game number 4. So yeah, I think this will be the last set I cast today, and then we'll go and raid Ornlu. I have my YouTube set up to redirect to him too. Let me actually double check the redirect thing. Looks like I was gonna check if it was enabled from him, but he doesn't have it set up, or isn't streaming on YouTube today, I think. Alright, in the lobby for the next game. And looking at their civs, it will be a water map. This might be where Lewis uses Vikings. Could go Lithuanians too. I imagine this is Vikings, Armenians, or Vikings, Koreans. And then maybe Celts, Goths if it goes to Fish and Fish. Alright. Did the lobby disappear? Did they launch? Okay, their lobby disappeared, so they might be rehosting. Oh, yep, they are rehosting. Alright, let me quickly run to the bathroom while they're setting this up then. Alright, looks like they're launching. And here we go. And here we are on Hamir. This is a map from the map scripting competition that they had for this tournament. We'll have Lewis to the north as the Vikings. And well, I was wrong about the Civ Sora Kuma was going to pick. He is to the south playing as the Blue Celts. So Celts versus Vikings. I guess both in their campaign colors, blue for the Celts, red for the Vikings. The map will have some oysters. These were added in the Capture Age DLC. Last year, you can gather gold from them from your fishing ships. The Rage Forest people have been giving the suggestion that we should put oysters in ponds, which is scary to me. But if they want it, we'll try it out. You start with the transport ship on this map, and you very well can transport back and forth here. Your dock block right in the middle here. Oh gosh, you're really close. So you have your two main islands in the middle. That's where the players start. And then to the corners, you will have resource islands, one in each corner. Lots of gold, hunt, wood, stone over on each of those islands. So you do usually transport there at some point. What about oyster fish traps? Hey, Haranar, I already made that joke to Ornlu last night. I said oyster traps where you gather gold from them. Maybe they have to be expensive though. Maybe they cost stone and you gather gold from them. You gotta make sure you balance it and have the right trade-off. Water chickens first. Water chickens. Imagine how loud those would be. Water chickens. Color is so beautiful. You like the color of this map. Lots of mixed snow and grass terrain everywhere. Ooh, they do have the downside of mixing the terrain right on the coastline, where you have the beach and the ice kind of blending together with the mixed terrain and not mixing properly. Basically geese. Hello, a lazy developer. Had whales that you have to actually actively hunt in the water. That's what AoE 3 had. You didn't have to do anything active with them, but they had whales where you generate coin. Oyster is gold? Yes, oyster is gold. Your vills also can collect from the oysters if they're close enough to the shore. Water chickens, I think you are ducking the real topic. Hello, Dagoul. So Feudal Age on the way for both players, but Sora Kuma will be up first. Now, Celts, in the early game, their wood bonus is nice, but as the game goes on, the discount for the Vikings will be great. But oh, what is this from Sora Kuma? Look at this. I don't know if Lewis saw the transport ship. Maybe his fishing ship did. But he is going one tile outside the line of sight there for that fishing ship. For the sneak dock. So this is usually what you want to do against Vikings on water maps. You get a dock that's forward, and you go fire galleys, and you try to punish the lack of fire galleys for the Vikings. They'll have discounted galleys and discounted demos, but no fire galleys themselves. So you want to be as close as possible with your docks, so that your fire galleys don't give time for the Viking player to amass galleys, do fletching, and start running around. Start sailing around and avoiding them. Water relics so we can finally get the ships that convert other ships and possibly so we can get the monk ships. And there'll be double forward docks there from Sora Kuma. Lewis scouting this dock here, that'll have a fire galley too. His fishing ships are gathering from the oysters, which is a build order. He's taking the food on land and gathering from the oysters to save the wood for a mining camp. And going for the fires also means you don't need to do a blacksmith since you won't need fletching. Okay, and disrupting the fish from Lewis. So, planned build order here from Sora Kuma. His lumber camp almost walled off. Oh, the men-at-arms cannot get in. Sora Kuma, pay attention. Okay, he has the house, he has the palisades. And he will not take damage from the men-at-arms landing. Alright, so Lewis trying to go galleys. But there'll be a lot of fires out already, and he won't have fletching. So forward Ville's on the transport, and he's probably going to go for a tower behind that wood line. Also, transport near the Ville is taking the deer, so if the men-at-arms come over, they just hop in the transport, and nothing bad happens. And to where do they transport? Maybe to an outside island, maybe to the other island, maybe they go forward. Ville's still taking the sheep under the TC. And it'll be a forward archery range for Lewis. Now, Sora Kuma, still on the wood, does not have a barracks of his own, so he can't do skirms yet. Fire is spread out on 2 docks. I never like this. I always like the fires focus 1 dock at a time. And it's hard to destroy a dock when repair villas can come and repair freely, because you can't. It's tricky to hit those villas with the fire because the dock blocks the fire a bit. So Galley's out and trying to run. Fires will be giving chase though. I'm sure that the galleys would love to hit the fishing ships. Sora Kuma stopped chasing for a moment, has his own fire forward. And the galleys will just sail around that island. Maybe try to get to the middle. Oh, Lewis is going to stop microing them for a moment. 6 HP left. Ville's going to fight the men-at-arms. Forward range from Lewis. Okay, this map's going to give us some crazy games like this one. So Repairville killed by the fires. And this is where I think all the fires need to be on 1 dock. And you destroy the dock, you stop the galley production. And the forward Ville picked off. Okay, forward Ville picked off, but the range is there. That means the archers will come out. And we might need to get a tower soon. He's going to try to wall it in. He needs to get 4 gates, though. 1 archer out. And also have to worry about the men-at-arms destroying the gates. But with the fires, maybe they can defend the gates against the men-at-arms. And the fire takes out the scout. Okay, losing the scout is huge in the landing. That's all your vision. Okay, so Kuma takes the score lead up 35 to 28 eco. That's 5 to 2 fishing ships, 30 to 26 vills. And with some vills, we'll try to fight off the speedy, or no, not the speedy, the extra HP Viking men-at-arms. 54 hit points for them. It's the Celts who'd be speedy. So more archers on that range for Lewis. Tower on the stone. And it feels like Sora Kuma is just going to go tower defense against the range. He's going to garrison as early as he can. And galleys being attacked by the fires. Boxed in slightly there. Still don't have fletching themselves. They will be faster than the fires. So still can micro, but without fletching won't do nearly as much damage. And if they're turning to shoot, they will be slowly taken out. And another fire coming from around the other side. Alright, so men-at-arms breaking through on the side here. Blacksmith and market for Sora Kuma. He does not have the resources to go up. Lewis floating a ton of gold. Still fishing in the north there for Sora Kuma. But now it's 7 galleys with more on the way. The Vikings player is starting to get a good navy amassed. That galley just like, oh, okay, you fires, you have fun. I'm just gonna go after this fishing ship. Okay, so archers hoovering around. Tower gonna go up there. For Sora Kuma protecting the wood line. This is fully walled in from both sides now. Might just need to rush up the tower before the archers get there, but the archers still don't have fletching, so not too big of a deal. And so again, we'll just fall back from that tower that's going to be finished. Sora Kuma will need another wood line at some point. You don't have that much wood on your starting island, and you do have to sail to the outside pretty soon. More docks from Lewis. Sora Kuma will scout that though. Lewis ever does get up to the next stage, which he's close to, he will have longboats on the water. The galleys will take out the transport, and maybe take out the dock vills, but not before the dock goes up. Not before the dock goes up, so it will be 1 dock now for Lewis. As the galleys run around. And the fire galleys will force them back. Oh, Sora Kuma, go for a dock block right here, right in the middle. Quick wall. Stop the galleys from sailing back and forth. Or trap with your navy, that works too. Either way, so both ways up to the castle age is just about the same time. See, he needed the dock block there. The galleys got through. I could have forced them to reverse into the other ships. I think he also needs a palisade here so that this army doesn't get in. Is it gonna get in? It's going to. Wall's not there in time. And, Sora Kuma. I'll probably lose that Ville, at least. The rest have to be awkwardly moved back to the lumber camp. Oh, look at him. Seeing if I stand still, they can't see me. They just walk in and out. Gonna blend in with that blacksmith graphics. Oh, and what is this? Why did Sora Kuma go for a small island instead of a big island? Why does he have 4 villas over here instead of down here? I don't know. Is this a T90 archery range on a neutral island situation? I don't know why he would ever go for this island, but he's there. Like this one, okay, he wanted the sneak docks. What is he doing over here? Unless he's just trying to be all secretive and hoping that Lewis isn't going to scout him. Well, if that were the plan, he succeeded so far. That's going to be 4 docks for Lewis, and Lewis is now going to go longboats. And now it becomes really important that you get to one of these islands before the longboats come out and win the water. Lewis is actually going to end up winning here. Longboats will be very useful against the fires. Again, you don't need the castle to unlock the longboats. That was an AOC thing. Or an AOK thing. Not about the size of the island? Well, it is about the size of the wood line on the island. And he's not going to have that much wood left. And okay, fire is coming from the back. Lewis not getting enough longboats out yet. Has a few more on the docks, but can't deploy them. He's going to be trapped sailing around here now that the fire ships are in. Oh, these things are so fast and so nimble. They get away. One gets away. The rest should be trapped in these docks. You should need a wonder to unlock longboats because the Viking wonder is really cool. I can't argue with that logic. That's absolutely correct. So that range still walled in. Sora Kuma taking the lead on the water. And he transported. He did a transport castle drop. Remember, you get 20 garrison space on the transports right away. He just put all the villas in there and dropped right on Lewis's face with that castle. Good thing for Lewis is all of his resources now on the other side of the island from the castle. But now some Woad Raiders could come out and start raiding here. Monks are going to be the only defense now from Lewis. And honestly, Petards could come out on the TC. Woad Raiders could come out and just get everywhere. Sora Kuma does not have much of an eco, only 2 on food. But maybe that's all he needs. This small army still hoovering from Lewis. Lewis will call the GG, and that'll tie it up 2-2, and we'll head to game number 5. Game number 5 is a 27-8 KD, and the Celts pull it off with the forward transport for the dock. More res collected, and we will head to game number 5. And good morning over on YouTube as well. How you doing? So we do get a 5th game. Yes, we do. That's 2-2. Winning his home map with the Celts over the Vikings. And what is the civ for fish and fish? Armenians now? Fortified churches in the middle? Or is this Armenians against Goths? And thank you. I'll read this name out for following. Any more matches after this? After this, I'm going to raid Ornlu, and I'll redirect to him on YouTube. I think he's going to keep casting. This will have been 5 hours for me, so I need to go eat some lunch after this one. But yes, there are definitely more matches going on today. But this will probably be the last one I cast. And hello again, Peepa. How you doing? Let's see, make sure I get capturage ready. And Fish and Fish will be the map. And remember, chat, if you're casting, you gotta stay hydrated. And I imagine if you're watching too, you gotta stay hydrated. Drink your water between your games. So it's not gonna be Goths, it'll be Lithuanians for Lewis. Alright. So Armenians, Lithuanians. Sora Kuma will be the blue Armenians to the southwest. Lewis will be the red Lithuanians to the northeast. And Armenians were Sora Kuma's very first pick, so he probably has a plan for them here. Maybe using the mule cart creatively. Maybe using fortified churches in the middle. So immediately sends a Vil forward to the middle. Ooh, fails at the lure. And he's going to go for the barracks. He's going to go for the early drush. Early spearman rush even. Armenians could add spears. They're a bit speedier than militia. You can get to the other side of the map faster. And he will get to that rhino successfully lured in. Not killing it with the TC this game. Successfully lures it in. And we'll do some laming. Gets a goat. Gets a goat. Has to be careful not to lose it back to the lumber camp. Hasn't seen the lumber. Alright, we're back. My internet just died for a second. I'm going to restart the game. And we should be back. Sorry about that. I have to restart DE. Press F5 and you'll restart. Well, welcome back, everyone. That was weird. I haven't had an internet drop like that for a while. Let's see. We should be launching in again. I know chat was very calm during that drop. Hopefully everything's okay there. Alright, so we'll just speed up, get caught back on the game. And there we go, so laming the goats again, laming some sheep. I'll have a dock on the outside for Lewis. Spear forward, yep, it's the Armenian spear rush. His plan was to go for a spear to disrupt the fishing ships. Oh, that's brilliant. So Lewis cannot do a Dark Age fishing ship because of the spear there. Alright, and now militia for the middle. Those will be for men-at-arms, and potentially for longswords in the middle. Alright, and a tower going forward here. Okay, we're caught up now. Alright, so that is brilliant. So he went for the spear because if Sora Kuma sees a fishing ship here from Lewis, then he can just fight the fishing ship with the spear. And I think he's going to win this fight too, so Lewis will have one fishing ship, but then a 3 HP spear will stop all the fishing. Alright, so tower rush in the middle then. Oh, now you're gonna scream that the stream's gone. No, we're back, we're back. I'll read this name out loud. You gotta put your name in all caps and change it to I'll shout this name all loud. If you're gonna do that. Is the MF Doom? I don't know who MF Doom is. So long swords from Sora Kuma. This is brilliant. He's gonna get the Vil. He's gonna get 2 Vils here with the long swords. So he's with 1 spear stopped the fishing, and now with men-at-arms into long swords, that early barracks is paid off into the trush in the middle. This is such a beautiful strategy from Sora Kuma. And now he can dock himself and get his own fishing ships out. Ever practice this map with Lewis? Well, with whom did Sora Kuma practice? Probably MBL. Feudal. The only thing that stops feudal longswords are feudal skirmishers. That's what I've learned. But Lewis now may be disrupted in the skirm production. Doesn't have that many out yet. And Sora Kuma has all of the shorefish in the middle. And also a 27 to 24 villager lead. And then will be 1 to 2 fishing ships right now, both making more fishing ships. Longswords will be hitting the skirms. And Town Watch on the way there for Sora Kuma. On the way as the skirm comes back. Vil still building the palisade as the mining camp comes up for Lewis. Vil gets a poke on the scout there. There is an archery range for Sora Kuma. He'll be probably making his own skirms soon. Lewis just gonna wall up. And, well, here's the problem for Sora Kuma. Lewis has 10 skirmishers, and more on the way. And what do you do against 10 skirmishers? I guess at this point the obvious answer is a demo. And a demo here killing all the skirms would probably just end the game. But no demo on the way for Sora Kuma. But he is getting close to the castle age. And 800 more res collected, almost 1,000 more res collected. Definitely closer to going up. And we'll be using the scouts to jump the skirms. Another fire galley on the way, but the demo's after that. And the fishing ships here also will go down. Fire coming forward. And skirms going down. Okay, 4 scouts, enough to disrupt the skirms. Force them to run away. Scouts will take down the spear. Spear here will go down too. And there is the castle age on the way for Sora Kuma. Castle age on the way. And stable. So he's going to have double stables now as Armenians, so we'll swap into knights. And not going to go into longswords, but we'll swap into knights. Might even make a couple more scouts on the way just to deal with the skirms. Has to be careful of his vills now. Has the tower to hop in at least. 4 vills still out there in the middle, kind of exposed. Lewis might find them, but it is only skirms. And forward dock for Sora Kuma. Alright, Skirm's going for the Vill. Spear comes out. And he'll poke the scouts a bit. Vill will have to help take the spear down, but more scouts coming forward to keep the Skirms away. Armor on the way for the scouts. They have bloodlines. Also, one archer there still in the back. So fortified church goes up. And we'll have Castle Age on the way from Lewis. So Castle Age is just now being clicked, but the monks and the scorpions are coming forward. And what a strategy from Sora Kuma. Spear, longsword. And it worked out perfectly. So Vill lead already, as he's already Castle Age. Lewis will be desperately trying to defend. This is the final game for him. The Knights will take out the gate. And soon, Lewis will have to try to wall behind this. Soon he's just going to be flooded, though. Scorpion there to deal with not just the skirms, but also the spears. Also the walling vills. Archer goes down, impaled by that scorpion. Res collected difference, 2k more for Sora Kuma. And the Knights are going to start running in. Start picking off the villagers. And Lewis just needs to build houses everywhere to stop the Knights. Ram on the way forward for Sora Kuma. Vills go down. And that TC, 15 Vills inside the TC. Fully garrisoned. And that TC is about to be eaten. Don't think there's much Lewis can do now. He's also losing anything that's left of his on the water. He's trying to do cav archers from the range in the middle. But unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get enough of them in time. Doing the monastery at home. Another forward fortified church for Sora Kuma. As the barracks and houses at the front will just crumble to the rams and the continued pressure. Scorpions will be useful against the knights, especially with the monk there. And 15 Vill still idled in this TC the entire time. Res collected difference insane now. 4k more for Sora Kuma. And Lewis is holding on because it's the elimination game. Vill's going over to the berries. Ram coming forward, armor for the knights. And now the TC is being rammed. Another ram on the way. Sora Kuma doing his best to play Celts 2 games in a row. Eat the TC as Lewis calls the GG. And Sora Kuma will advance. That was a crazy last couple of games there. Lewis with the Monk Rush, then the 4 Docks, and then the Longsword Spear Rush. That Sora Kuma will advance. He'll hold on, and he will advance 3-2 over Lewis and keep his chances of qualifying alive. Ooh, all right, so thank you everyone for watching so far today. We've casted a lot today. We've had the show match, and I've been streaming for 5 hours. So we'll just update the scoreboard at the end, 3-2, with the Armenians over Lithuanians in the final game. And we're going to do something new on YouTube. I think Viper, he rated us and also redirected to us. I'm going to attempt to redirect to Ornlu on YouTube. I think when I hit end stream, you guys just end up at Ornlu's stream. So let me know if that works. I'll also raid him on Twitch. So I'm going to do the dual redirect raid. And also look out, again, Sudden Disaster will be starting on Monday. So keep an eye out for some streams next week. The signups also closed today, so if you want to sign up, today's your last chance. And I'll see you. I might stream more of these over the weekend, but I might also just want to prepare for next week. So I don't know my schedule yet. I'll see you over the weekend. And I'm just going to, hopefully, when I hit stop, you end up at Ornlu on YouTube. So I don't know what happens there. I'm going to try it out. Like I said, we are attempting to get the redirects. Viper figured it out, so hopefully it works for me. So I'll see you later.